Hallelujah. El Shaddai, Lahenu, Walea, Botenu, Abiama, Mabias, Kabwa, Biako. Takwados, Shemeka, Kwados, Banu, Shemeka, Lolam, Wae. With Shamnu, Bene, Israel, Shabbat, Shabbat, Dorotamini, Olam. Bene, Bene, Israel, Oti, Lola. Isha, Shekari, Masa, El Shaddai, Wa Shamayim, where Ta'alet, Bayom, Masbi, Shabbat, Wa Nafash. Baruch Shemeka, Baruch Yemeneka, Baruch Torateka, Baruch Lushateka, El Shaddai Melech, El Shaddai Malach, El Shaddai Imlok, Lolam Wae, Baruch Shem Kabor Makuto, Lolam Wae, Baruch Kabor Lohim Komo, Melech Yom, Hanuhu, Lolam Wae. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect, for all his ways of justice, a God of faithfulness and without iniquity, just and right is he. You may be seated. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, my father, Chief Eleazar, to the chief men, princes, brothers and sisters, I say unto you the tongue of my forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
I read in the book where it stated, said, woe to the world. Woe to the world. Huh? And them that dwell therein. Huh? I said, it says, woe to the world and them that dwell therein. Then God said, go on to say, he said, my right hand shall not spare the sinners. He said, my right hand shall not spare the sinners. Because the people that dwells within the world are doing things that is contrary from God. And when we do things that's contrary from what God said, you become hateful and despised in his eyes. I said you become hateful and despised in his eyes. It says, he says, I'm in second Ezra, chapter 8 in the Apocrypha. If therefore thou shalt destroy him, which with so great labor was fashioned. This is Ezra asking the angel a question. He said, why would you destroy your creation? He said, why would you wipe out your own creation? That's the mindset of the righteous. I said, that's the mindset of the righteous. That should tell you one thing. The mindset of Ezra and Jonah was two different people. Two different people. They both was prophets. But Jonah wasn't on the level of Ezra. Jonah was not on the same level with Ezra. Jonah said, God told Jonah and commanded Jonah to go to Assyria and warn them. Jonah said, what? Warn them? He said, man, I'm going on this shit and I'm going opposite. And because of Jonah's actions that was contrary from God's command, what happened? He stirred the ocean up. The ocean got stirred up. It got rough. It got rough. It got rough. And it got rougher. And it got rougher. Which means we as a people, because of our doings that is against God, will cause the elements to turn against you. I said the elements will turn against you for dishonoring and despising the laws and the commandments of God. So they took them and they threw them over. Right? The ocean stayed. And even during the chastisement of God, he had mercy on Jonah. He caused a large fish to swallow him. And in the belly of the fish, he acknowledged his fault. which God caused the belly of the fish to spit them out. God came back to him with the same command. I need you to go to Assyria and warn the people. Which means he learned from his correction. He learned from the chastisement of God. That's why God chastises us. That's why God corrects us. Looking to see if we will learn and take heed to the correction of God, if this correction would cause you to be better before God. That's why God corrects us. That's why God put you through what he put you through. And everybody's correction is different. That's why that's why things happen to us in our lives. And then after God deliver you, he stand back. Let me see if you're going to hearken to this command. Let me see if you're going to hearken and do the things that I require of thee. And if you don't change and do the things that God require of you, then the correction becomes more grievous. He said the correction becomes 7 times stronger. Because God wants a willing heart. That's right. God wants you to improve. He said, if you improve, if you do good, shall thou not be exalted? He said, I will exalt you, Cain. Right. But Cain didn't improve. So Ezra, he said, it is an easy thing to be ordained by the commandment that the thing which was made might be preserved. Now, therefore, Lord, I will speak touching man in general. Thou knowest best, but touching thy people, for whose sake I'm sorry, and for thine inheritance, for whose cause I mourn. Ezra was crying and pleading for the state and the predicament of where the people was at that time. It was bad, man. These people, look, the people back then, they have turned over to the ways and the customs of Assyrians, to the ways of the customs of the Greeks and Romans. And he cried out for these people. Cried for them. Right? He said, for whom I am heavy, and for Jacob, for whose sake I'm troubled. He said, therefore will I even begin to pray before thee for myself, and for them. For I see the falls of us that dwell in the land, but I have heard the swiftness of the judge which is to come. Therefore hear my voice and understand my words. Right? He said, think not upon those that have walked faintly before thee. You know what faintly means? Faking. Hypocrite. You got two sides to you. You're riding the fence. So we need to ask ourselves, are we faking before God? Are we doing these laws wholeheartedly? Because if we're not doing these laws wholeheartedly, you cannot gain the attention of God that way. Ezra already said it. He said, don't be bothered with these type of people. Don't worry about them. Right? He said, but remember them which according to thy will have known not fear. Let it not be thy will to destroy them which have lived like beasts. Lived like animals with no morals, with no principles. That's what God look at you as, like a beast. When you don't guide your life according to the principles and the standards of God, he look at you like a dog. He look at you like an animal. Beast. But to look upon them that had clearly taught thy law. So you can also gain the attention of God by being straight up with the laws of God. I can't add nothing. I can't add no butter. I can't say my speculations. I can't say what I think. It is good for a man or for a person to teach these laws clearly according to how you read it. This disregarding your feelings and how you feel, disregarding your thoughts and your thinking pattern, because you got to change your ways according to God's ways. Your ways got to be correlated to God's ways. You got to train yourself to accept the things that God accepts. You got to train yourself to despise the thing that God despises. And that's a job in his own self. You got to train yourself. I can't train you. You got to train yourself. All right? He said, take thou no indignation at them, which are deemed worse than beasts, but love them that always put their trust in thy righteousness and glory. For we and our fathers do languish of such diseases, but because of us sinners, thou shalt be called merciful. For if thou hast a desire to have mercy upon us, thou shalt be called merciful. To us lamely, that have no works of righteousness. For the just, which have many good works, laid up with thee, shall out of their own deeds receive the reward. For what is man that thou shouldest take displeasure at him? Or what is corruptible, or this corruptible generation, that thou shouldest be so bitter towards it? Ezra spitting. For in truth there is no man amongst them that be born, but he had dealt wickedly, and among the faithful there is none which have not done amiss. What is amiss? He said, among the faithful ones have not done amiss. You know what amiss means? Amiss means inappropriate or out of place. So if you're faithful and just before God, you're going to watch your ways and your actions so that you don't do things inappropriately, so that you don't do things and you become out of place. Nobody, if you're pursuing justice, if you're pursuing faithfulness before God, I'm not going to give you a reason to tell me that I was out of place. I'm not going to give you a reason to tell me that I was inappropriate. So for that to happen, I have to watch my words and I have to watch the things that I do. You got to behave yourself. Don't allow your mother and your father to come to you and say you was out of place, son. Don't allow your mother to come to you and tell you, son, you was out of place, son. That was inappropriate, son. You know why? You know what that tell you? You got work to do on yourself. You are not faithful. You are not just.
Come on.
Because you are not watching your words and your actions. He said the faithful will not do amiss. Amiss means to do anything inappropriate or out of place. And guess what? It don't have to be in the book. Sometimes we do things that's not in the book, but you're out of place.
That's right.
You're out of place. It's inappropriate to say and do certain things. And if we can't see that, and you want to continue to argue and fight and debate, then there's no good in you. You don't have good in you. Because in order to see your faults, you have to have an open mind. To see and to receive correction. You have to be able to question your actions and your words and say, maybe I have offended this person by doing this. Maybe I have offended this person by saying this. You got to recognize, man. Maybe I offended God by saying it, because there's a word that's clothed with death. God said there's a word that brings death. He said, but the sons of Jacob, that word would not be found in the sons of Jacob. I said that word would not be found in the sons of Jacob. Israel, watch your words. Because you can say, and God never specified the word or what it was. That's why we got to watch our words. That's why my father said, I got to stop cursing. Because we don't know what that word is. So we got to relinquish and eradicate all those words that our forefathers didn't use. Eradicate it. I said eradicate it. I said eradicate it. because you don't know the word. Watch your speech. Watch your actions. Be what? Acceptable before thee. Oh Lord, my rock, my redeemer, my savior, the eternal one. He said, for in this, O Lord, thy righteousness and thy goodness shall be declared. If thou be merciful unto them which have not confidence of good works. Then answered he me, I'm in verse 46, and said, things present are for the present, and things to come for such as to come. For thou comest far short, that thou shouldest be able to love my creature more than thee.
Whoa, back up.
The angel said, yo, slow down, Ezra. The angel said, slow down, Ezra. He said, you think you're going to love these creatures? You think you're going to love God's people more than God?
Okay.
I remember my father says, hey, man, slow down. He said, that's my son. He said, man, slow down. That's my daughter. You think you're going to love him more than me? That's my son. He came out of me.
Okay.
That's my daughter. He came out of me.
That's right.
You can't love my son more than me. Just like we're not going to love God's people or the nation of Israel more than God. So when God cast and put judgment upon his people, it's rightfully so.
Yeah.
Right.
It's rightfully so.
Right.
He said, for thou comest far short, but I have oftentimes drawn nigh unto thee, and unto it, but never to the unrighteous. Woo! He said, I have drawn nigh to you, but I don't never draw close to the unrighteous. Oh my gosh.
Not one time.
Oh my goodness, man. Yo, man, that's why God is so far away from us, because we keep telling the people, Chief Malak, that we good. We're blessed. This is God's righteous nation. But the people keep doing things against what God said. So the things that we do in our lives that is contrary from what God said is what makes you unrighteous. And when you are unrighteous before God, it puts a wedge between you and God. A breach. Space. You get pushed away. But you know what's the problem? I said, you know what's the problem?
What?
We have to be truthful with ourselves.
That's the problem.
We are not truthful with ourselves, and because we are not truthful with ourselves, we can't recognize our faults. We have to be truthful with ourselves in order to recognize our faults. We have to get better, to improve, to be exalted. We got to. In this also thou art marvelous before the Most High, and that thou hast humbled thyself as it becometh thee. And talking about Ezra. And hast not judged thyself worthy to be much glorified among the righteous. He humbled himself. And because he humbled himself, he didn't look for gratification and glorification from you. I'm doing this, but what about me? I did this, I did that. Man, shut up. Stop looking for glorification. Just do it.
Right.
Just do right because it's right. Just do good because it's good. And stop looking for people to pat you on your back. Just do right because God said it's right. Just do good because God said it's good.
Okay.
Stop looking for gratification from men.
Okay.
Stop caring about people and what they think and how they feel.
That's right. Not here.
Huh?
You're not here.
That's right. Do good because God said it's good.
That should be enough.
Huh? Do right because God said it's right. Come on, man. But you know what happened? You know why we can't do these things? Because we are not humble. We have not humbled. See, when you pursue God, or when you are pursuing God, you have to pursue him with a humbling mentality, a humbling state of mindset.
Yeah.
See, this is the mindset that you need to acquire.
Yeah.
Being humble is a mindset that you need to acquire.
Yeah.
And when you don't acquire that mindset, you're going to do things like that.
Yeah.
You're going to look for gratification from men.
Mm.
You're going to look for gratification from people. But the only gratification I look for is from God.
Shem.
I'm here to please God.
That's right. That's right.
I do these laws because I want to please God.
Yeah.
I do these commandments because I want to fear God.
Yeah.
I do these commandments because this is the right thing to do.
Shem.
It's the right thing to do.
So.
That's the mindset we got to have.
Yeah.
And stop pointing the finger and downing people for what they do. Stop worrying about these things.
Yep.
All God told me to do was correct.
Yeah.
It's up to you.
That's it.
That's it.
He said correct.
Okay.
Correct them. Rebuke.
Yep.
Chastise them
Tell
Yep.
them.
with the word of God.
Yep.
Tell them.
Show them.
Don't be spiteful in your correction.
True.
No.
True.
Don't be a thorn.
Don't get personal.
Uh-huh.
But there's a way you correct also.
That's right.
Yes, it is. That's what the book said.
Yeah.
The book said there's a way of to correct.
Yeah, that's a
Right.
These are not my words. This is the word of God.
That's right.
Right.
But there are some correction that's not going to be comely.
It's not coming.
Which means you ain't going to like everything.
Yeah.
All the corrections.
Okay.
Because you ain't right.
Yeah.
So because you ain't right, you're not going to accept
That's
it.
it. That's right.
But I got to tell you where your hair or forebear.
That's
Come
right.
on.
I got to tell you where your hair or forebear.
That's
So that I don't bear the sins, your iniquities, because I haven't warned you. I haven't warned you. So I need to blow the horn.
Yeah.
Because if I don't blow the horn, then your blood is upon me. That's what
Yeah.
God said.
Yeah.
Everything I say, you can find it in the book. I will never come up
That's right,
here
that's right,
and
that's right,
voice
that's right,
or
that's
speculate or
That's
give
right.
my opinion on nothing that's not in the book. And that's the problem with people.
That's right.
Why do we speculate?
That word.
Why do we continue to give our own opinions and what you think when there's only one way to look at it?
Only one way.
It's only one way to look at it. Why? What is wrong with us? You know why? We still have this heathenistic mentality.
That's
Yeah.
why.
And when you have a heathenistic
I hear
mentality,
it.
you can't serve God.
Yeah.
You can't serve God. He said, for many great miseries shall be done to them that in the latter time shall dwell in the world, because they have walked in great pride. Huh? But understand thou for thyself, and seek out the glory for such as be like thee. He said, understand for yourself,
This is for you.
which means save yourself.
From yourself. Uh-oh.
Come on.
Save yourself.
Right.
Ezra, you can't save everybody.
Right.
You pursuing righteousness, people, you can't save them. They're going to walk in their ways that they see fitting for them, regardless of what you say and do. The
Yeah.
only thing you can do is chastise them. Tell them where they're going wrong. And if they don't like it, well, tough luck.
Mhm.
He said, for unto you is paradise open. The tree of life is planted. The time to come is prepared. Plenteousness is made ready. A city is builded, and rest is allowed. Yeah, perfect goodness and wisdom. The root of evil is sealed up from you. Oh my gosh. He said, told Ezra, the root of evil is not in you.
Ooh.
He was born with that evil. He wasn't born with it.
Going some good, huh?
It wasn't waiting for him at the entry hole.
That good.
Look, when I read in this book, man, he said, because Adam ate from the tree of good and evil, from then time forward, the root of evil was sown in the heart of man. But that root of evil was not sown in the heart of Ezra.
Woo.
It wasn't found in him.
Wow.
God didn't see it. That's why the Creator looked. He said, man, you have excelled amongst men.
Yeah.
Come on up.
Transcending.
Yeah.
We're past.
You know what transcend mean?
Past ordinary living.
You know what transcend mean? It means to exceed in righteousness.
Right. Yeah.
It means that when you read a law that the Israelites are not doing, you pick it up.
Yeah.
That's the only way you're going to stand out in the eyes of God.
Okay.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Show me a person that wash.
Okay.
Hey, Chief, show me a person that wash.
Yeah.
Can you show me one?
Can.
I'm not talking about you. Show me one.
Okay.
You're right,
Talk
brother.
about
Right.
that.
That's why my father read these laws. He said, you know what? For me to be set apart and different amongst my own people, I gotta start doing laws that they not doing.
That's right.
So he scammed the people. Oh, they dodged this? I'm gonna pick that up.
Yeah.
Oh, they dodged that? I'm gonna pick that
I
up.
didn't even think about that.
They dodged that? I'm gonna pick that up. Oh, you accept that? I'm not accepting it.
Right.
Just so that he can stick out like a sore thumb, and that God can recognize him and deal with him
Yeah.
differently.
That's right.
Shem.
Say it.
That's what causes God to deal with you differently. Huh?
That's right.
There's nobody doing Keli Gebe.
Hey.
No.
There's nobody that does Keli Gebe.
That's right.
The woman and the men share the same utensils.
Yeah.
Right.
The woman and the men share the same artifacts and cups.
Yeah.
Right.
The woman and the men share the same chairs and beds.
Yeah.
Nobody does that.
That's right.
Nobody worry or consider themselves about these things.
Yeah.
You know what they worry about? History, where this is located,
Yeah.
where that's located.
Yeah.
How long is it?
How long does the distance from this and this, just when it seems
Okay.
smart. But none of that you're studying,
Trivial.
trivial things. But none of that you're finding out is going to deliver you.
Come on.
The distance and all that is not going to deliver you. You know what delivers you? Perform those laws.
Lord.
The laws and the commandments of God.
Shem.
That's what's going to deliver you.
That's right.
Let's talk about that.
Yeah.
Knowing the Hebrew and this and that not going to deliver you.
That's right.
I said, do the law.
Yeah.
That's what's going to deliver you.
That's right.
And this is why my father said, man, learn the Hebrew so that you can read it in the law so you can get the importance and get to the meaning and the definition and get to the grounds of
Yeah.
what it is saying. Huh? You got Israelites that still wear fringes with no corners.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
basics, man.
Yeah.
I said, that's basics. What are we doing? What are we doing?
Yeah.
I shouldn't see no Israelite that know God wearing fringes without corners.
Okay.
What are we doing? That's basic. Wearing your garment, that's basic.
Yeah.
Putting on front of them, that's basic. These are things that I should have been doing already.
That's right.
Huh? But we come up short.
Yeah.
You know what we got to do? We got to change that which we can't see. You
That's right.
got to change that.
Yeah.
You got to step up in levels. There's levels in righteousness just like there's levels in wickedness.
Yeah.
The root of evil is sealed up from you. Weakness and the moth is hid from you. And corruption is fled into hell to be forgotten. Sorrows will pass. And in the end, it showed the treasure of immortality. And therefore ask thou no more questions concerning the multitude of them that perish. He said, don't worry about them that's going to perish.
Woo.
Don't worry about them. Worry about the righteous. Worry about yourself. Okay? He said, for when they had taken liberty, when they had liberty, when they had freedom,
When they're able to do it.
just like today, we are free to do and serve and
Yeah.
anything, whatever we want to do. But we chose contrary. We chose to be opposite to God.
Yeah.
We chose to be contrary to God. See,
Yeah.
it's easy to be opposite. I said it's easy to be opposite. all you got to do is say and do anything that is contrary from what you read. And you are opposite. You're contrary.
Yeah.
He said what? And when they had taken liberty, they despised the Most High, thought scorn of his law, and forsook his ways. Genesis chapter 11.
Let's go.
Oh, boy.
You hear me?
Baruch Hashem.
Those are strengthening words.
Yes.
Strengthening
Baruch
words
Hashem.
to push you towards righteousness, to charge your battery. You got Genesis chapter 11?
Genesis chapter 11.
Okay. Before we go into Genesis chapter 11, right? Genesis chapter 10, it says, and Cush is out of the line of Ham. Okay? I said Cush is out the line of Ham. Cush begot Nimrod. He began to be a mighty one in the earth. He was a mighty hunter before the Lord. Wherefore it is said, even as Nimrod, the mighty hunter before God. And the beginning of his kingdoms was 4 kingdoms: Babel, Erech, Akkad, and Calneh, in the land of Shinar. Shinar is in Babylon. Okay? So when it says that Nimrod began to be a mighty hunter, you know what that means? The word for began is kilel. It means that Nimrod profaned himself, defiled himself through sexual rituals.
Yeah.
He said he defiled himself through sexual rituals.
That's how hypocrisy.
Nimrod, the beginning of Christmas, the beginning of all pagan holidays, started from astrology, from Nimrod. Okay, let's read Genesis chapter 11. Okay,
And the whole earth was of one language,
I said the whole earth was of one language, read,
and of one speech.
and of one speech.
It came to pass as they journeyed from the east that they found a plain in the land of Shinar.
Uh-huh.
And they
One
dwelt there.
language. You know what that language was? You know what that language was? Hebrew. Hebrew.
That's right.
Okay?
That's right.
The world spoke Hebrew.
Yes, it is.
Okay? Go ahead.
That they found a plain in the land of Shinar, and they dwelt there.
Uh-huh.
And they said one to another, go to, let us make brick,
Uh-huh.
and burn them thoroughly.
Uh-huh.
And they had brick for stone, and slime had they for wood.
So they went, gathered the people, told them, let's build some brick. Okay? Because they're going to do something. Look, go ahead, read.
And let us build a city and a tower,
Uh-huh.
whose top may reach unto heaven. And let us make a name, lest we be scattered abroad upon the face of the whole earth.
Okay, as you read, did it say that they built the Tower of Babel to escape the flood?
No.
No.
Did you read that anywhere?
No.
So why do people continue to voice things and say things that's not in the book?
I already said
It already gave you a reason why they built the Tower of Babel.
That's right.
Read that again, brother.
And they said, go to, let us build
Go
us a
to,
city,
let us build
and
a
a
city
tower,
and a tower
whose top may
whose
reach
top
unto
may
heaven,
reach to heaven.
and let us make a name,
Let us make a name,
lest we be scattered
lest we
abroad
be scattered abroad.
upon the face of the whole
That's
earth.
why they built the Tower of Babel. To make a name before God. They want to build it. They want to make a name. You know what you do to make a name for yourself?
What you do?
You do things that you wouldn't do to put yourself above.
Yeah.
Okay? That's why they was building those towers so that they can make a name for themselves so that they won't be scattered
Yeah.
abroad upon the face of the earth. It wasn't because they wanted to escape the flood.
No.
You know why it wasn't that? Because they themselves knew that God was not going to destroy the earth from the flood again. So why in the world would they build a tower to escape the
When
flood?
they knew it wasn't going to flood again.
Because they knew God already said that rainbow was a covenant.
So adding on to it.
I said the rainbow was a covenant.
They didn't want to be scattered.
That God was not going to destroy the earth again by a flood. But I don't understand why we continue to add on to the word of God.
They call it speculating.
Why we continue to speculate. Why we continue to add our own thoughts and opinions to what God said
Have a whole session.
when you did not read it in the book?
Have a whole session about opinions.
Time sheet.
Whose top may reach unto heaven, and let us make us a name, lest we be scattered abroad upon the face of the whole earth. And the Lord came down to see the city and the tower, which the children of men builded.
God came down. And what God saw, he didn't like it. The intentions of man and what they was doing, he didn't like it. Go ahead.
And the Lord said,
Look what God said. Behold,
the people is one,
the people is one.
and they have all one language.
And they all have one language.
And this they begin to do.
Uh-oh.
Don't sound good.
The people is one. And they all have one language. That means something. This is why. That means something, man. That's why, as you read on in the history, when Israel did that long space of time in, was it Assyria or Babylon? They lost the language at a certain point in time in history. You got to find that for me. They lost the language at a certain point in time in history. And was it Daniel that added the vowels?
Ezra.
Ezra added the vowels to the language because the original language didn't have vowels.
Thank you.
I said the original language didn't have vowels. They was able to speak and understand the language and read it without those vowels. But those vowels was added on. Tom sheet.
And they all have one language.
Hold on. Have one language. So that's what's very important, because when they left out of that captivity, they lost the language, and the prophets got angry at them. Because that was one way to say, well, damn, that's the oneness. That's what made me and you one. We speak the same.
Come on.
We speak the same.
We speak the
You know what else made me and you one and one? We look the same.
Right.
That's why in the Judges, what's his brother's name? He's Gideon. Was it Gideon? He said, man, those were Ziba and Zalmunna. He said, no, man. He said, those guys that you killed. He said, how they look? He said, man, they look like kings and priests. They was dressed. They looked at it. He said, man, those are my brothers. He didn't ask. They eating blood and fat. No. Those are my brothers. He said, if you would have spared their life, he said, you would have lived.
Fall on.
Told his son, fall on him. Yeah. His son was young, and he didn't know the ways of war. He was being taught. So he said, all right. He said, man, as a man strengthened, so he eat.
Right. So what you sending him for?
The dude looked and said, man, as a man's strength is, so is he. He said, won't you push my way back? Won't you kill me?
That's right.
It was real, son.
It was
Real. And guess what? You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy? Hey, they didn't fear death.
They ain't fear death. That was it.
They didn't fear death. They accepted it. When it was time, they said, all right, let's go then. This is it. Let's go.
Right.
Man, listen. Tom sheet.
Yeah.
And this they begin to do.
Said,
And now nothing will be restrained from them, which they have imagined to do.
Okay, go ahead.
7.
Go ahead.
Go to, let us go down, and there confound their language, that they may not understand one another's speech. So the Lord scattered them abroad from
He said,
thence.
let us go down and confound their language, confuse their language. At that point in time, nobody understood nobody. Then after God confused their language, the separation began.
That's right.
That's when the separation began. That's when you have all these different languages in all these different regions. They have all dispersed. And they grew and populated each area where they was dispersed at. Go ahead.
So the Lord scattered them abroad from thence upon the face of all the earth, and they left off to build the city. Therefore is the name of it called Babel. Because the Lord did therefore confound.
Babel was short for Babylon.
Come on.
I said Babel was short for Babylon. Okay, go ahead.
because the Lord did there confound the language of all the earth.
Uh-huh.
And from thence did the Lord scatter them abroad upon the face of all the earth.
Uh-huh.
These are the generations of Shem.
Uh-oh.
Shem was 100 years old and begat Arphaxad
Arphaxad.
2 years after the flood.
2 years after the flood.
And Shem lived after he begot Arphaxad 500 years.
Uh-huh.
Begot sons and daughters.
Son, uh-huh.
Arphaxad lived 5 and 30 years and begot Salah.
Salah.
Arphaxad lived after he begot Salah 403 years
Uh-huh.
and begot sons and
Sons
daughters.
and daughters.
Salah lived 30 years and begot Ebed.
Ebed. Did we do the
Ebed.
studies about that man, Ebed?
Ebed.
Ebed, meaning he to cross over. I said Ebed means to cross over. The father of the Hebrew people. That's who Ebed is.
Come on.
Descendant of Shem. And then Ebed had who?
Ebed lived 430 years and begot Peleg.
Peleg. Peleg. See, our
Right there,
forefathers named the children according to the time or what was going on during that time. Peleg means division. I said Peleg means division. It was during the times of the Tower of Babel when God confused their language and divided the people. Each and every, when you do the studies of each and every one of their names, it was a significance in the meaning behind their names according to what was going on. Go ahead, read.
And Ebed and Peleg lived 30 years and begot Reu.
Uh-huh.
And Peleg lived after he begot Reu 209 years and begot sons and daughters.
Uh-huh.
Reu lived 230 years and begot Seru.
Uh-huh.
Reu lived after he begot Seru 270 years and begot sons and daughters.
Mm-hmm.
And Seru lived 30 years and begot Nahor.
Mm-hmm.
Seru lived after he begot Nahor 200 years and begot sons and daughters.
Mm-hmm.
Verse 24.
Now, this guy Nimrod started what? Huh? Okay, yeah. Oh, what is that? Nehemiah 13, verse what? Okay, Nehemiah 13, verse 23. In those days also saw I Jews that had married wives of Ashdod, Ammon, and the Moab. We gotta be careful of the women you take for wives. Because when you marry these women that have not decided 100% to serve God, they will turn you away from serving your God. They will turn your mindset. They will turn the way you're thinking pattern. They will turn everything about you and confuse you in a way that you will never notice. It said their children spake half in the speech of Ashdod and could not speak in the Jews' language, but according to the language of the people.
Wow.
And I contended with them and cursed them and smote certain of them and plucked off their hair and made them swear by God, saying, ye shall not give your daughters unto their sons, nor take their daughters unto your sons, or for yourselves. Did not Solomon, king of Israel, sin by these things?
Okay.
Come on.
Huh? Yet among many nations was there no king like him, who was beloved of his God, and God made him king over all Israel. Nevertheless, even him did outlandish. In the Hebrew it says foreign woman caused to sin. Shall we then hearken unto you to do all this great evil, to transgress against our God and marrying strange wives? Huh? Come on, man. And the one of the sons of Jehoiada, the son of Eliashib, the high priest, was son-in-law to Sanballat. Therefore, I chased them. In Deuteronomy chapter 7, he said, you should not be related through marriages. Hitkatain means to be related through marriages, which means you got to watch the woman you take. Okay, so now Nimrod, right? Today, we had people that challenge God.
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
Huh?
Yeah.
I said, today, we had people that challenge God. Yeah. People looking at me weird. I don't challenge God. Yes, you do challenge God.
Yes. Yes.
You want me to tell you how? Every time you sin presumptuously, you challenge God.
That's
Come on.
right.
Tell them.
Anytime you do things contrary from what you read, you challenge God.
That's right.
Every time you do things contrary from what God said, you challenge God.
That's right.
And it started in the beginning of times during the building of the Tower of Babel, which is called Babylon, which means confusion by mixing. That's what Babel. He said, confuse them. Confusion by mixing.
Wow.
That's
You mix,
deep.
you create confusion.
When you mix, you create confusion. Anytime you mix, whether it's your seed, mixing it with a woman that disregard your God, you're gonna create some type of confusion in your life.
Yeah.
Right.
Anytime you mix material, you're gonna have confusion.
That's right.
Anytime you mix the ways of God with pagan ways, you're gonna have confusion.
That's why it's
God did not like nothing that you mixed. You better read and study and hope that God open your eyes and stop the mixing.
Not the mixing.
Huh? So now, this seed that challenged God was planted thousands of years ago. Nimrod was full of pride and a desire to unify the people with the will to deify God, to go against God. So Nimrod profaned himself. Nimrod defiled himself through sexual rituals and became a mighty one against God. The pagan custom of Nimrod is in every religion. Every religion had this pagan custom.
Yep.
So when God scattered them by confusing their language, they all left to a particular area and they took some God worship with them.
Say it again.
That's why when you go into every religion, it all begins with sun worship.
Yep.
It all begins with astrology.
Yes, it does.
The origin is the same.
Wow.
That's why every nation have a JC. Every nation have a 3-in-1.
Yep.
Okay?
Man.
It said the pagan custom of Nimrod is in every religion, which is an Anglo-Saxon word. Religion is an Anglo-Saxon word. It means rigolato. Rigolato means to hold you back from the truth. That's what religion is. Religion will hold you back from the truth. Religion will hold you back from God. That's why this is not a religion. We don't follow religion. We follow a way that God has prescribed for man to live.
Yeah.
I said we follow a way that God has prescribed for man to live. Okay? The way of life.
Way of life.
Babylon is the birthplace of all religion.
Wow.
Okay? But at a certain point in time in history, Egypt has excelled. Egypt excelled in wickedness and surpassed Babylon.
Wow.
Yes. A birthplace of all religion and defiance and rebellion against God. After the death of Nimrod, who was reincarnated through his mother, who was Semiramis,
Come on.
and had Tammuz, who was their child, who Semiramis married, and they so let's dig into this.
Wow. Come on.
Immaculate conception. I said immaculate conception. When Nimrod died, Semiramis got impregnated through the sun rays. Right? Which she had a child named Tammuz. She married her own son.
Sick.
Incest. I said she married her own son.
Sick, man.
Who had Tammuz, who Semiramis married, and they ruled Babylon at a certain period of time. Semiramis took on the attributes of Nimrod. I said she took on the attributes of Nimrod, who was a vicious tyrant of a ruler. Christmas, pagan origin, originated from Nimrod. Long before JC was even thought about. It had nothing to do with Jake. Okay? Nimrod defied God by establishing humanity first. Organized rebellion against God's authority. Huh?
He set that up
He set that up.
for the world.
After the death of Nimrod, Semiramis claimed that an evergreen tree miraculously grew overnight. Now, mind you, Hanukkah is on the same day as Xmas.
Okay.
You think I'm celebrating Hanukkah?
Okay.
No, I'm not.
Don't have
It's too close.
That's right.
It's too close, man. And Hanukkah is not in Leviticus 23.
No.
It's
Right.
not one of the appointed times of God that I have
Not
to.
mandatory.
And because it ain't mandatory. Because if I don't celebrate it, it ain't gonna be. It's not a sin against me.
That's
I
right.
don't have to celebrate Hanukkah.
That's right.
Hanukkah is not the rededication of the temple. Hanukkah is the rededication of the altar, the burnt offering altar, because it got desecrated and destroyed.
That's right.
That was a one-time shot, one-time
They
deal.
had that.
You can recollect and remember, but as far as me going deep and celebrating it this year, I'm not doing it.
That's
Too
right.
close.
Baruch Hashem.
Too close. Come
It's
on.
too close. Okay? Symbolizing, all right, green tree miraculously grew over the night from a dead stump, symbolizing the rebirth of Nimrod as a god. And every year on December 25th, the anniversary of his birth. So when you celebrate Christmas, that's what you're celebrating. The anniversary of the death of Nimrod.
Okay.
I say you're celebrating the anniversary of the death of Nimrod. Okay?
Come on. What's the word there? Yup. Come on.
Anniversary of his birth. Gifts were placed beneath this tree in his honor. Wait a minute. I said gifts was placed underneath his tree for his honor.
Wow.
What do we do to the dead? We visit the dead. We go to the tombstones. We put liquor bottles. We put flowers. We put food.
Yeah.
Stop visiting the dead. That's
Okay.
stop it, man.
Okay.
Oh, listen, man. It's not hard, man.
Oh, man.
All you gotta do is read the book, and if you don't see it there in the book,
Don't
don't
do it.
do it. Why do we like to add pagan customs to what God to God? Why?
Okay.
Once you bury them, stop visiting.
Okay.
Don't go back.
Yeah.
Stop going to the headstone and pouring liquor and drop it. Oh, we're gonna get into all that.
Get into it, man.
Yeah.
All these things that we do are pagan custom, Greek customs, Roman customs.
That's right. That's right.
My father said, when we go to bury him, he didn't want a whole bunch of people there.
That's right.
And you have Israelites that got mad at you for honoring what your father told you to do.
Okay.
Who you, man?
Okay.
Who you?
Okay.
I'm following the order of my father.
That's right.
He said he don't want nobody there and nobody gonna be there.
That's right.
He said this is how he wants to be buried. That's how he gonna be buried.
That's right.
And I want to be buried the same way.
That's right.
The same way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we ain't having no funerals.
That's right.
Funerals is pagan.
That's
We ain't
right.
having no waits. All those viewing and waits and visiting the dead is pagan custom. We gonna get into it right now.
Get into it. Get into it.
Okay?
Yeah.
So now he said December 25th, the anniversary of his birth, gifts were placed beneath this tree in his honor. This was the spirit of revelry, indulgence, and even blood sacrifices.
Yep.
You see how God got angry at the people for being for indulgence?
Oh,
Huh? You know what indulgence is?
oh, you're attending. Participate.
What's the word? Right. Right.
You're indulgent in what's going on.
You're indulging in what's going on.
Yeah.
So when you go amongst these camps and you see these people do things
That's right.
that's contrary from what God said,
That's right.
Don't stay there and attend.
That's right.
Right.
Don't stay there and indulge.
That's right.
I said, don't do it.
That's right.
Because God gonna count you the same.
The
And he
same.
gonna deal with you the same.
That's right.
You better separate yourself.
That's right.
I said, you better separate yourself.
That's right.
That's why I can't be a part of no camp.
That's right.
I will pop up
Doing.
and I will speak the word of God. But then after that, I will depart and go back to my place.
That's right. Return to my place.
I will return to my place.
Yes, you will.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
Check this out. The spirit of revelry. You got to look these things up. Okay? Huh? Get the dictionary.
Take your
Come on.
time. Take your
Get the
time. Take
dictionary.
your
We
time.
got time.
I said, get the dictionary.
Take your time.
Give me that. Give me that dictionary. Yeah, I got it. Get the dictionary. You're going to find out these
Take your
words.
time.
He said the spirit of revelry. Let's find out what revelry is. R-E-V-L.
When it's lit.
Huh?
What they call lit.
See, this is what you do when you want to get to the bottom of things.
Yep.
I'm not going to assume.
No.
No.
I'm not going to
Right.
speculate.
No.
I got to get to the bottom of things so I can teach people what to do and what not to do. What to stay away from and what not to stay away
Take your
from.
time.
Revelry is what? Partying,
There you go.
Wow.
merrymaking.
It's lit.
Merry making.
Told you.
Huh?
That's what
He
it's
said
lit.
the spirit of revelry, right? But it's nothing wrong with making mirth. Let me explain that, because I don't want you to take the wrong thing. Our forefathers made mirth.
That's the reason.
But what are you making mirth
What's the
for?
reason?
What is the reason you're making mirth? Is it because of the Shabbat day? Is it because of the appointed times of God?
Why you popping about?
That's the only time we should be making mirth.
Why you popping about?
Right.
Anything other than that, you're in violation. The spirit of indulgence and even blood sacrifice. You know what blood sacrifice is, man? Practices that predates Christianity by centuries. The Yule log symbolizes the death of Nimrod, while the Christmas tree represents his resurrection as the sun god. Christianity spreads the Roman Empire, tried to convert and merge these pagan celebrations with Christian symbolism called Christmas.
Wow.
Okay? Saturnalia, which is a Roman winter festival filled with feasting, gift giving, became the foundation of this pagan holiday.
This time. This
So when Israelites turn around and look at you and say, oh, ain't nothing wrong with giving gifts. Oh, come on, man. Your children gonna run. Ain't nothing wrong with giving gifts.
Yeah.
But show me in the book where they gave gifts.
Yeah. Talk about
I said, show me they in the book where they gave gifts for appointed time.
Never.
So when you give gifts, giving gifts was a part of pagan customs.
Yeah.
It wasn't a part of our customs.
That's right.
No.
That's right.
That's why we have to be careful with what we add on into our traditions and customs. Because you may be adding in customs that was from Christianity or Rome or Greeks.
There you go.
Oh, you're going to make the kids run away. Where if they run, they were supposed to run.
That's
right.
right. Yeah.
I said if they run, they were supposed to run. And nobody could tell me nothing about being hard.
That's right.
I had the most hardest fathers.
Yeah. You still here.
I said I had the most hardest fathers.
Still here.
But guess what?
Yeah.
You had good in you.
Yeah.
The good in you is what kept you here.
Yeah.
I said the good in you is what kept you here, regardless of the strictness. I said regardless of how the man was strict,
Yeah.
but you had good in you that kept you here.
Yeah.
You allowed yourself to get chiseled.
Right.
Come on.
That's right.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Talk about it.
Became the foundation of this pagan holiday. December 25th is the return of the sun, was rebranded as the birth of JC.
Wow.
Equinox.
Okay? That's called the equinox.
Daylight savings time.
That's right. Daylight saving times.
Wow.
All that
that
stuff
is
that
linked up.
came was in
All linked up.
commemoration to that Saturnalia stuff. Early Christians named Tertullian, right, condemned the adoption of pagan practices. Yes, at a point in time in history, they condemned it.
Wow.
They condemned it. Okay? Compromising their faith for the sake of popularity. Right? The doctrine of the Trinity was first introduced by Tertullian in early theology at the end of the 2nd century. Okay? One God in three. The three in one. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. But it began with Nimrod. Every nation had a Trinity.
Wow.
Okay? Nimrod associated with magic, witchcraft. He was a master warlock.
Shoot.
I said he was a master warlock.
Yes, he was.
He was a top warlock.
He had married. This is gonna blow your mind
Come
now.
on. Come on.
Nimrod was a master warlock. He had marriage ceremonies.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, what? Say
I
it.
said Nimrod was a master warlock.
I think we be
He had
capping
what?
up here.
He had marriage ceremonies. That's why I say, if you didn't read about a marriage ceremony in the book,
Right.
we shouldn't be having marriage ceremonies
Don't
now.
do it.
Right.
The only thing we had was a banquet.
Yeah.
You could give a banquet.
Yeah.
But as far as me walking down the aisle with my Isha, and I'm going before Chief Hooga Chief Hooga Hooga, talking about I be wed you and putting rings.
That's
Yeah, we
right.
done that.
We didn't do that.
That's right.
We didn't do that.
Absolutely not. Well,
The wedding band is a symbol, is a symbol and an emblem of the sun god.
That's right.
That's why we didn't have wedding rings.
That's right.
The only papers that was written up was divorce papers. You didn't have marriage papers
True.
because what consummated the marriage was sex.
Yeah.
And when you had sex with the woman, you had to make sure you was able to take care of her. A lot of things
Right.
comes with it.
That's
You
right.
gotta have a house. You gotta have the place to put her.
Yep.
That's right.
You have to have the means to support her.
Yeah.
You have to have the means to
Yeah.
provide for her. So
Yeah.
why do we continue to look for 2 and 3 wives when you
That's
can't
right.
take care
Yeah,
of one?
Come on.
Why?
They taking care of him.
Right.
You can't even
Right.
take care of the one you have.
Right.
Okay.
They taking care of him.
So what's wrong with us?
Right.
You're just promiscuous.
True.
That's all it is.
True.
You're a promiscuous man. So Nimrod had marriage ceremonies, which was performed on a gold bed.
Wow.
This worship was a polluted, vile, and lewd, sexually orientated practices in which women spend nights with a deity named Marduk, who was identified as Nimrod in Babylonian religion. At the Babylonian religion. So now, the marriage ceremony consisted of, you ever saw that movie Caligula?
Uh-oh.
Before the man married his wife, the ruler penetrated the man,
Man, the woman,
penetrated the woman,
and the pet.
and it
And the horse. And the horse
and
they
it
rolling.
penetrated the horse that you ran down on.
She read down. That's crazy.
All 3 of them was penetrated.
Yeah,
That was the marriage ceremony.
yeah.
That's why we got to be careful, man. When we start adding on and bringing things into the customs of God, when we start adding things in the book, we have to study the origin of the things that we are doing.
Yeah.
We got to study that. We got to read. Let's read it. We in what? Genesis what,
11,
11?
verse 24.
Genesis 11, verse 24. Time sheet.
Nahor lived 9 and 20 years and begot Terah. And Nahor lived, after he begot Terah, 119 years
Uh-huh.
and begot sons and daughters. Terah lived 70 years and begot Abram, Nahor, and Haran. Now these are the generations of Terah. Terah begot Abram,
Terah begot
and Haran.
Abram, Nahor, and Haran.
And Haran begot Lot.
Haran begot Lot.
Haran died before his father Terah in the land of his nativity, in Ur of the Chaldees. And Abram and Nahor took them wives, and the name of Abram's wife was Sarai. And the name of Nahor's wife, Milcah, the daughter of Haran, the father of Milcah, and the father of Iscah. But Sarai was barren. She had no child.
She had no child.
And Terah took Abram his son, and Lot, the son of Haran, his son's son, and Sarai, his daughter-in-law, his son Abram's wife. And they went forth with them from Ur of the Chaldees to go into the land of Canaan. And they came unto Haran and dwelt there. And the days of Terah were 205 years.
205 years.
And Terah died in Haran.
Time sheet, chapter 12.
Now the Lord had said unto Abram, get thee out of thy country.
Let's read that. Get thee out of what?
Thy country.
Of thy country.
And from thy kindred.
And from thy kindred.
And from thy father's
and from
house.
the father's house.
Unto a land.
Unto a land that I choose for you to go to.
Big changes.
Big changes.
Big changes.
That's when you know when a person truly has firmly decided in what God they want to serve.
Location and everything.
When you decide to separate yourself from your own.
That's right.
Now what does kindred means? Molateka. Molateka means your nativity, your origin, your relative. Okay? Now let's dig into those words. Nativity is the occasion of a person's birthplace.
Right.
Where you was born at.
Right.
Why do you continue to go to Panama? Do you
Okay.
still look at yourself as a Panamanian?
Okay. There you go.
Do you still look at yourself as a Christian?
There you go.
Do you still look at yourself as a Muslim?
Wow.
So why you keep going around these people? Huh? Those are not your people. Even though they're my kind. And I come from them, but you can't be my people. Now, don't put words in my mouth. There's nothing wrong with visiting your mother and your father.
True.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Make it clear.
But don't violate God. I said, don't violate God and put a separation between you and them.
Okay.
Because you're not like them. But the only way you're going to put a separation between you and them is if you think of yourself as different.
Right.
You got to look at yourself as different. That's why my sisters don't invite me to no function.
Yeah.
Because she already know Chief Shama ain't coming.
Yeah.
Chief Shama live one way.
That's right.
She don't invite none of my brothers. Chief Malak, Chief
None of us.
Abraham,
Family.
Chief Mikael, my Ima.
Family.
They already know that.
None of us get invited to no function.
Because they already know.
Because we stand firm in the teachings of our Father, Chief
That's
Chief
right.
Eleazar.
That's
right.
We're going to die doing this.
That's
right.
I said we're going to die doing this.
That's right.
Shem.
That's right.
Hey. Here.
Those who know.
The origin, point or place where something begins. Relatives, a person connected by blood or marriage.
Okay.
That's why God was so hard on us. He was so hard on the nation marrying people from other countries because that was the link between you and them.
Wow.
I said that was the link between you and Moab,
Yeah.
you and the Canaanites, you and the Hivites. Because you done took on now today.
Americans, Jamaicans, Panamanians,
It ain't no more Hivites and Canaanites. That's the connection between you
Brazil.
and the ways of America.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's talk about it.
You and the ways of the Jamaicans.
Yeah.
So now you think of yourself as a Jamaican and you start eating oxtail and cold foot.
Slave dishes. Unclean slave.
Oxtail and cow foot.
Slave dishes.
Show me in the book where we ate oxtail and cow foot. Ain't no meat on no tail. It's nothing but gristle. It's nothing but fat. Very little. Look, if there is any, what's the meat on the foot? I don't want no chicken feet. I don't want nothing. I don't want no feet, period. Cow foot. I don't want none of that. But you know why we eat that?
Wow.
Because that's the dish of a Jamaican. So
The
you're
nativity.
of a nativity, which means you have a Jamaican mindset.
Yeah.
You don't have the mindset of Abraham, the mindset of Moses, the mindset of Jacob, the mindset of Esau. Esau ain't eat cow foot. We talk bad about Esau, but Esau ain't eat that way. Isaac ain't eat that way. None of our forefathers eat the way we eat.
True.
See, when we are determined to serve God, there are things that we have to change.
There you go.
Yeah.
There are ways that we must continue to walk.
Give it to him.
We got to change the way we look.
That's right.
We got to change the way we think.
Yup.
Right.
And we got to change the way we eat.
That's right.
The diet must change. Abraham ain't eat baked macaroni and cheese.
That's
True.
right.
True.
Thanks.
That's the heights of righteousness.
That's
My father
right.
said, you know what my
That's
father
right.
said? He said, yo, man. He said, you don't sin. And I gotta word it. I gotta say it. Because everybody take my words and flip it.
Yeah.
You don't sin if you eat baked macaroni and cheese.
Right.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
not an iniquity.
Right.
But why my father say he's not eating it, he said because he wants to be like Abraham.
That's right.
Yeah.
He want to walk like his forefathers.
That's right.
So he walked, he looked like them. He want to look like, he said, and if I'm walking after my forefathers, I have to dress the same as they dress.
That's right.
I have to look the same as they dress. I have to think the same way that they dress. I have to eat the same way that they eat.
That's right.
Do you know my father's diet only consists of fruits, vegetables, nuts,
And bread.
lentils, and bread?
That's right. Not
Homemade
bread.
bread.
Homemade bread.
Not Pelagonia.
Nope.
You know why? Because in the book it speaks about the bread of who? The bread of the Gentiles.
That's right.
I said the book speaks about the bread of the Gentiles.
That's right.
So when the book speaks about, now the bread of the Gentiles don't have to be unclean.
No.
But it's bread that I buy from heathens.
That's right.
And that's why from that day forward, when he read that, I had to come here after work
Yeah.
and bake bread for him
Yeah.
every day.
He literally stopped eating it.
That's right.
He stopped eating all those breads. Yeah, it could be clean, but it wasn't clean for him.
He even stopped eating the bread from the
Right.
He said, why? Because I want to cause an impression in the
Yeah.
heavens with God.
That's right.
I want to draw God's attention to me by me doing certain things, by me doing things that y'all not doing. Nobody's doing.
He said, I
That's
gotta
how you
stick
cause an
out.
impression.
He said,
I want to stick out before God.
True.
I got to stick out before God before I die.
True. That's right.
That's the mindset we got to have, people.
That's right.
I said, you got to stick out. You already stick out amongst the heathens. Now it's time to stick out amongst your own.
Wow.
I said, you already stick out amongst the heathens. Now you got to stick out amongst your own.
Before you go on the ground.
Before I die, I must stick out
Jump up.
amongst my own people.
Right.
Which means I must continue to do these laws.
Yeah.
And the laws that the people is violating, I'm not going to violate.
Yeah.
I'm going to uphold. Look, man, to do these laws takes some certain mindset.
Yeah.
I said to do these laws takes a certain mindset. And when you don't have that mindset, it's going to bring about forward thoughts and forward opinions,
Yeah.
a forward way of thinking,
That's right.
because you don't have that mindset to serve God.
Oh, boy.
Let's read.
Now that the Lord has said unto Abram, get thee out of thy country and from thy kindred and from thy father's house unto a land that I will show thee.
Don't get mad at me. God instructed Abraham to get out of his father's house. Get away from your father's house. Get away from your nativity. Get away from your origin. So what you think? It's not a good thing to separate yourself from your own?
Right. That's right.
But that's gonna hold you
Getting
back.
better than
Huh?
Abraham.
You think it's something wrong with separating yourself from your own?
No.
Just a determination that was in Abraham. That's a mindset that Abraham had in him already.
That's right.
He already made his mind up to serve
Yeah.
God.
right.
So when your mind ain't made up, you talk against those things.
Right.
Yeah.
Automatic.
You talk against those things
That's right.
automatically.
Peace.
Make your mind up to serve God,
Right.
so you can stop talking forward things against what you read in the book. There ain't nothing wrong with that.
That's right.
Let's read.
And I will make thee a great nation,
I will make you a great nation,
and I will bless thee,
and I will bless
and
thee,
make thy name great.
and make thy name great.
Thou shalt be a
Look,
blessing.
man. We have sons. I'm not talking about my son. I'm talking about we have sons. Us as a whole.
Uh-huh.
We got to teach the word of God to our sons.
Say it again, brother.
Right.
You know why I say that, man? Because we have young men that's taking this marriage thing lightly.
That's right.
If you penetrate a sister, you can't just let her go. What is the grounds of divorce?
Uh-oh.
I said, what is the grounds of divorce?
That's right.
She ain't do nothing for you to divorce her
That's right.
or to put her away.
True.
So why you put her away?
Yeah.
Huh? You moving treacherously against the wife of your youth.
Okay.
This is the wife of your youth is the woman that you have gotten in your young years.
Yeah.
Right.
What you doing, man? No. Put what away? You had sex with her? Okay, Allah.
Yeah.
So why you putting her away? Oh, because I don't. Well, that's just something you got to deal with.
You got to deal with that.
I said you got to deal with that.
Teacher. Teacher.
Teach her, show her with the book, and change her. But as far as divorcing, that should not be in your vocabulary
Yeah.
because God hates divorce.
That's right.
Now, sometimes you may have to divorce
That's right.
because God said if she don't go the way that you showed her, then let her go. But come on, man. We are not teaching our people, man. We're not teaching our sons.
True.
We're not teaching our sons. And we curve the law because it's your son. Oh, my son, but if it was somebody else's son, you would have dealt with it different.
Yeah.
Oh, it ain't my son, so you're going to deal with it according to what the law says.
Yes.
But because it's concerning your son now, oh, now you want
Now
to
you
bend
want-
the law.
Yeah.
Now you want to twist it. Now you want to be partial. You better, hey, a minute, listen, man. I'm not condoning that. I don't condone no man sleeping or having sex with a woman, and then later on, after years and years and years, you want to just push her away
That's right. Talk about it.
True.
for no reason.
That's right.
Come on, man. Come on, man. We got to stand up for the laws of God.
That's
Baruch
right.
Hashem.
We got to stand up for the laws of God, regardless of who it fits. If it fit me, stand for God. Go ahead.
Verse 3.
Verse
And I will
3.
bless them that bless thee,
Mm-hmm.
and curse him that curseth thee.
Mm-hmm.
And in thee shall all families of the earth be blessed.
And indeed shall all families, shall all nations shall be blessed. Tamshi.
So Abram departed as the Lord had spoken unto him, and Lot went with him.
Lot went with him.
And Abram was 75
75 years
when
old.
he departed out
And
of
he left
Haran.
out of Haran. Tamshi.
And Abram took Sarai his wife,
Uh-huh.
and Lot his brother's son,
Uh-huh.
and all their substance that they
Uh-huh.
had gathered, and the souls that they had gotten in Haran. And
Uh-huh.
they went forth to go into the land of Canaan, and into the land of Canaan they came.
Okay. Abraham dealt with Lot, his brother's son, like it was his own.
Yeah.
This is my father's son.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're dealing with children that's not your own, there's a certain way you got to deal with that child.
Yeah.
Because you don't think that child know that you ain't his fit, you ain't his father.
That's right.
You don't think that child know that you are not his mother.
That's right.
My son knows that I love him. But this child don't know that
Yeah.
he don't have that love and that connection between me and him.
That's right.
So therefore, I gotta treat this child better,
That's right.
different, to build that bond between me and this child.
Mhm.
Abraham was a father to Lot,
Oh, yeah.
and he recognized that this was my father's son. So much that there was strife, not between Abraham and Lot, But there was strife between Abraham's herds and Lot herds. Abraham went to Lot. He said, don't let it be no strife between us.
Right.
Which means what? It was no strife between Abraham and Lot, but it was between their herdsmen. So if it's between their herdsmen, it's going to be strife between me and you. So the righteous thing that Abraham did, he said, Lot, you choose. He said, you pick here, I go opposite. You pick there, I go opposite. Lot looked, he seen the water. He said, over there is beautiful. You don't think Abraham would have chose to go over there? But the righteous let you choose first. I'm not going to look and say, man, let me get that.
That's right.
Right.
And that's why I got to teach my son.
That's right.
When you learn, this is why it's very important that the children listen so that they can learn righteousness.
That's right.
My son is a greedy. That's my boy. But he take after his father.
He's not greedy. He eats a lot.
He like, all right, he ain't greedy. But grandma talking up for him. All right, I gotta slow down now. My son eat a lot. He did that for me. So I will come, I will bring some bread, some food. Already my son from afar, he already scanning the plate. I said from afar, my son scans the plate from way back there. And he's like, I want that one. And when I look at the plate, I say, yeah, all right. I said, I know why you want this one. I said, yeah, you're greedy. But the righteousness that's in you, you will let the other person choose first. Go ahead, you choose. And whatever you take, I take whatever you leave off.
Right.
That's righteousness.
That's right.
You learn righteousness by reading the book.
Yeah.
That's how you learn righteousness.
Yeah.
By reading the
That's
book.
true.
So Abraham told Lot, choose where you want to go. And wherever you choose, I go opposite. Tom C.
And Abram passed through the land unto the place of Shechem, unto the plain of Moreh. And the Canaanite was then in the land. The Lord appeared unto Abram and said, unto thy seed I will give this land, and there builded he an altar unto the Lord, who appeared unto him. And he removed from thence unto a mountain on the east of Bethel, and pitched his tent, having Bethel on the west, and Ai on the east. And there he builded an altar unto the Lord, and called upon the name of the Lord. And Abram journeyed, going on still towards the south. And there was a famine in the land.
There was a famine in the land.
And Abram went down into Egypt.
Abraham went down
there.
into Egypt to sojourn there, for the famine was grievous in the land.
And it came to pass.
You know, Egypt was the first world power at a
Right.
point in time in history.
First world power.
Egypt was not falling. God had to bring them people down.
Nobody took them.
Nobody took them down.
Wow.
Nations joined on to them.
Wow.
Many different nations joined on to Egypt
That's correct. That's correct.
because those was the only place. That was the only place that had food. It started in the beginning of time when the famine, when Pharaoh had that dream. 7 years of famine, 7 years of plenty. After the food ran out, they sold themselves for servitude. And they became servants all for food. All for food. And this is why all that happened and transpired concerning Joseph.
Went down through Joseph.
It all started with Joseph. But God picked that man up and put him in a certain position to deliver his family, to deliver his people. Made him a governor. He said, the only place you can't rule is in my house. Everywhere else, he said, man, listen, when the people came, he said, man, go to Joseph.
Go to them.
Go to Joseph. Wherever he say, that's what it is. That's what it is. The people, his brothers took him and they hated him because the father loved Joseph. It was the son of his young age. It was the son from his wife that he loved and that he wanted. He didn't want Leah. He was tricked into marrying Leah.
Yes, he was.
He was tricked into marrying Leah.
He ain't put on with it.
So the righteous mindset, after I done penetrated Leah, I can't push her away. I already went into her, so I gotta keep her. So now what happened now? I got to work for you 7 more years because I want Raquel. So he worked 7 more years for Raquel. 6 years for the cattle. Right? His brothers hated Joseph. But Joseph had something in him that his brothers didn't have. Whatever Joseph had in him, God was able to deal with him with dreams and show him the future by those dreams. He showed him the future and what was going to go on. He said, man, Abba, I had a dream. He said, the 11 stars, he said 10 or 11 stars bowed before me. Sun and the moon and 11 stars. The brothers ain't picking up. Jacob immediately picked them up. Remember, Jacob is already linked in with God.
Right.
He said, what you saying, son? He ain't even concerned about the brothers. He said, what you saying that me and your mother gonna bow before you? Jacob considered and observed the saying and kept the saying here. So when he went to go check on his brothers, they seen him from far. He said, yo, man, behold, this dreamer coming. He said, man, let's kill this dude. He said, man, let's kill this dude. That's what hatred will do to you. Hatred will make you kill somebody.
That's correct.
Hatred will cause you to kill someone. But Reuben, being the older, he said, nah. He said, nah, they took him. And this was a good point that my brother Abraham said. They had so much honor for their father that they did not take Joseph and throw him in the pit with the coat of many colors, which was the coat of many stripes. Pasim. They had that much respect for their father that they took that coat of many colors up off him before they threw him down in the pit. Why? Because they acknowledged that their father gave him that coat. This is beyond him now. This is beyond Joseph and how I feel concerning him. And they didn't allow their emotions to get the best of them because they still considered that coat of many colors that Jacob gave to Joseph. Yeah. So before they threw him into the pit, they took the coat off him. Took the coat off him. Let's read.
And it came to pass when he was come near to enter into Egypt, that he said unto Sarai his wife, behold, now I know that thou art a fair woman.
So you're a beautiful woman. You bad. See, you a baddie.
Therefore, it shall come to pass when the Egyptians shall see thee.
When the Egyptians see you, they're going to say, right, this is his wife.
They will kill me, but they will save thee alive.
And that was the way of the nations. If you walk through with your woman and other nations see you with this woman and they want your woman, they're going to kill you. They're going to run down on you, kill you, and take your woman. You better be a swordsman. You better know how to fight. You better be able to stand up for yourself because they will take you over and take what belongs to you. Tom Shea.
Say, I pray thee, thou art my sister, that it may be well with thee for thy sake, and my soul shall live because of thee. And it came to pass that when Abram was coming to Egypt, the Egyptians beheld the woman.
Okay, let's cut that because it's like 1 more hour. It's 12 o'clock. Let's go to Jeremiah 10. Let's go to Jeremiah 10. And then after Jeremiah 10, we're going to go into the law again. Deuteronomy 22. Jeremiah chapter 10.
Hear ye the word, which the Lord speaketh unto you, O house of Israel. Thus saith the Lord.
Read that over.
Hear ye the word, which the Lord speaketh unto you, O house of Israel.
O house of Israel.
Thus saith the Lord.
Thus saith the Lord. Thus saith God. Read.
Learn not the way of the heathen.
How do you learn the ways of the heathens? What do you do when you're learning the ways of the heathens? The word for learn is tilmadu. The root word is lamad. Lamed, mim, dalit. To teach. To exercise in. to be taught or trained in paganism.
Wow.
To learn means to gain knowledge. To gain knowledge or understanding of by studying, instructing, or experience. Okay? Okay? That's how you learn the ways of the heathens. Go ahead, Tamshi.
Learn not the way of the heathen.
Okay, the ways of the heathens. The ways in the Hebrew is dedek. Dedek means learn not the habits. I said learn not the habits of the heathens. Learn not the mannerism of the heathens. Learn not the course of life or how they live or their moral characters. Okay? So when you learn the habits of the heathens, what do you mean? What is habits? Habits is a settled or regular tendency or practice, especially one that is hard to give up, even though you know it's wrong. He said, but it's hard to give up because of how I was raised. Because this is how I was raised. This is how I was taught. So it's hard for me to let go. Something done frequently that becomes automatic. It's automatic to set up a tree in your house.
Wow.
It's automatic to observe and acknowledge your birthday. These things has become automatic because those are habits. It's become habitual, meaning you have been doing it a very long time, all your life, to where it has become a part of you. What is a mannerism? Manner, a person's outward bearing or way of behaving towards others. Outward bearing is a person's personality or attitude, how you think, a person's way of thinking, and a person's way of attitude or how you speak. Your personality describes a unique pattern of thought. Your personality describes how you think. Your personality describes how you feel and the feelings that is stirred up within you, and behavior that distinguish a person from other people. It defines you. A collective pattern of character, behavior, patterns, and emotional traits. Tamshi.
And be not dismayed at the signs of heaven.
Dismayed. And be not dismayed at the signs of heaven. Why? Why? Go ahead, Tamshi.
For the heathen are dismayed.
Because the heathens are dismayed.
Wow.
He said, don't be dismayed. Don't be confounded. Don't be faint. Don't be faint-hearted. Don't be astonished. Why? Because the heathens is astonished and surprised and dismayed and confounded. Which means the same thing that I've been saying. If the heathens delight in it, you can't delight in it.
Whatever they delight in.
Whatever makes them happy, you can't be happy.
That's right.
That's the difference
That's right.
between you and them. What rock they boat can't rock yours.
That's right.
What they celebrate, you can't celebrate.
That's right.
What gets them excited, you can't be excited about that. There's what? A separation between you and them. And if a 12-year-old knows that, then these God-forsaken grown suckers know. But they continue to incorporate pagan customs in the ways of God.
Verse 3. For
Verse
the
3.
customs of the people are vain.
The ordinance, the statutes, the customs of the people is vain.
For one cutteth a tree out of the forest.
For one cutting a tree, where?
Out of the forest.
Out of the forest.
The work of the hands of the workmen.
The work of the hands of the workmen.
With the axe.
With the axe.
They deck it with silver.
They deck it with silver.
And with gold.
And with gold.
They fasten it with nails.
They fasten it with nails.
And with hammers.
And with hammers.
That it move not.
That it move not.
They are upright as the palm tree.
They are upright as the palm tree.
But speak not.
But speak not. You hear this? You hear this? So, that sounds like Xmas. That sounds like Xmas. And our people, we want to incorporate these things with God.
Yeah.
With the ways of God. I'm trying to get these papers together.
Take your time. Take your time.
Right? So, man, I didn't know this. These are old papers. It's starting to rip up. I gotta write it over. My goodness. I can't even read it. Well, anyway. Okay. Let me see if I can get to the point. There it is. I said the problem of the pagan influence penetrating into the ranks of Israel, right, was because the leaders of Israel allowed pagan customs little by little to creep in amongst the sacred things of God. And the mingling of pagan customs is what led Israel to finally abandon the worship of the true God and bow down and worship images. In the legends of the Tauric goddess Diana, it is said that every stranger who landed on her shore was sacrificed on the altar. Have you ever wondered what the Christmas tree has to do with the birth of JC, or the ornaments you place on the tree, or the meaning of the Yuletide, or where did the tradition of the mistletoe came from, and how it became a symbol of Xmas? They have nothing to do with the birth of JC, but these traditions were observed to honor the birth of a pagan godchild called Tammuz. Okay? There is no evidence that the birth of JC was on December 25th. But December 25th was kept thousands of years ago, before the birth of JC. The sun god, the moon goddess, and her son is the modern day Trinity. According to Babylonian mythology, were changed into trees.
Wow.
Okay? I said, according to Babylonian mythology, was changed into trees. That's where the trees and the setting up of the Xmas tree came from. Nimrod, aka the sun god, was symbolized by a big fir tree stripped of all its branches and cut almost to the ground. Those were called groves.
Wow.
The palm tree was a symbol of victory. Zeus and Jupiter, they believed that this branch was of a mistletoe which grew on the oak tree, and to be kissed under the mistletoe would ensure fertility. The Yule, in other words, known as the Babylonian god Tammuz, the word Yule. The word Yule is a Chaldean word for infant or little child. And the 25th of December was called by the pagan Anglo-Saxon Yule Day or Child's Day.
Wow.
Okay? Pagan Egyptians and the Persians both observed December 25th as the birthday of their gods. In Germanic mythology, they too had a supreme god to whom they gave sacrifice. These warlike people promised their god, whose name was Tiwaz, that if he would give them victory over their enemies, they would give to their god all the spoils of the battle. Like the Babylonians, they believed their gods could transform themselves into trees. If the god answered their prayers, they took their dead victims along the spoils of war and dragged them to the sacred trees. Okay? Body, that's right. Body parts. One second. Where's that other paper? Okay, there it is. This is how it began. The origin of hanging ornaments from the Christmas tree. The children should be taught that it is a historical fact that placing bulbs and tinsels and lights on the Xmas tree is pagan heathenism. This pagan custom got its start from killing enemies and hanging their heads and body parts. Before they hung tinsels and all these things, it was the body parts of Israelites who was killed and murdered.
Wow.
Okay? Okay? It was the Pope. It was the Pope and the Roman Catholic Church, not JC, that changed the original day of worship from the seventh day into Sunday. Right? The first day of the week. It is the devil who changed the original day of worship from Saturday to Sunday. So when you observe Sunday, you are showing your obedience to Rome. It was the devil who used the Roman Catholic Church to change and tuck away the original day of worship to Sunday. which derived out of sun worship. The mark of the beast is false observance of the false Sabbath, called Sunday. Sunday worship is astrology, a heathen religion.
Wow.
Okay? The devil, whom the sun worshippers bow down to, and so it is today. The sun is just a camouflage the devil hides behind to get the people of the world to turn their back on the real creator of the heaven and earth.
Wow.
Sunday worshipers is an invention of the devil himself. This new age movement calling for a new world order, religion will also call for a universal day of rest. This day will be Sunday. And if you violate it, a criminal offense will be pain and death. They're going to start killing you. So it's coming. They're going to soon do it. To where if you get caught observing the Shabbat day, they're going to run up in your house, they're going to kill you. They trying to unify all people into one religion. All governments. They speaking about it now on the news. If you think it's a game, they even spoke about slavery. Do you ever wonder why they're pushing all the blacks out? I'm staying right here in Brooklyn. White people is trying to incorporate where we used to be at. They're all in Brownsville in East New York now. Then look at you weird. Without you, you was born and raised up on the block, and then look at you like you out of place. Let's read.
They are upright as the palm tree, but speak not. They must needs be born because they cannot go. Be not afraid of them, for they cannot do evil. Neither also is it in them.
He said they are upright. The word for upright is mikshah. It means finely decorated, cultic object of gold and silver. Go ahead, read.
For they cannot do evil, neither also is it in them to do good.
Tamshi.
Verse 6. For as much as there is none like unto thee, O Lord, thou art great, and thy name is great in might.
All right. Right. He said, thou art great, O Lord. He said, your name is great and mighty. Tamshi.
Who would not fear thee, O King of nations? For to thee doeth it appertain. For as much as among all the wise men of the nations, and in all their kingdoms, there is none like
unto thee.
But they are altogether brutish.
But they are altogether brutish. You know what brutish means? The Hebrew word for brutish is ba'ad. Ba'ad means, or brutish, it means lack of human sensibility.
A brutish man know it not.
I said brutish means lack of human sensibility. Okay. You know what lack of human sensibility is? It's your ability to feel. Lack of human sensibility is your ability to feel or be aware of others. I got to be able to feel for you. Whatever you're going through, I got to be able to feel for you. It came upon a time that my father used to cry for people that don't know God. And they used to go through it and see it on the news, and he cried. Yeah. That's the mentality that God is looking for. That's how my father was. And he cried. You got to have a heart. Yeah. And that's something that we don't have. Right. Okay? Able to respond to a person's emotional feelings, which means whatever the person is going through at that point in time, I got to step out of my comfort zone and go into their zone. I said I got to get out of my zone. That's right. And then I got to go into your zone in order to see and feel where you coming from. I got to put myself in your shoes. You hear me? It said able to respond to a person's emotional feelings. Not mentally sensitive, someone who can't feel the emotion of others. Tamshi. This is why when you read Ezra cried out for Israel, for the whole nation. Yeah. Man. I said Ezra cried out for the whole nation so much that the angel had to tell him, he said, hey, listen, Ezra, he stopped worrying about them. He said, worry about the portion of the righteous.
Oh.
He said, don't worry about them, man. But he was human.
Yeah.
Those was human traits.
Right.
That was a good trait. See, Ezra is not an angel. And the angel ain't Ezra. The angel didn't have human traits.
Right.
The trait of a godly man, in the ways of a godly man, he was concerned about his people. Even though they was calling out idols and doing things and doing that, he still was concerned about them.
Yeah.
So much that the angel had to go to me and say, man, don't worry about that. Then the angel looked at me and said, you have excelled above all men. You have excelled humans. You ain't human no more. He started thinking about things that he was not supposed to. He said, why are you asking me these questions?
No man asked this.
No man was asking the questions that Ezra had. Godly mindset that man had, man. Tom sheet.
But they are altogether brutish and foolish.
Go
The
ahead.
stock is a doctrine of vanities.
So, wait, what verse is that?
8.
He said the stock is the what? Is
A
the doctrine of
doctrine of
vanity.
vanity.
You know it's the stock. Where you came from. That's where you come from. You come from that type of stock. You descended from that stock. So when you descend from that stock, that's extra work you got to do on yourself. Because when you have a child, the child has 50 and 50 DNA from the mother and the father. That's why it's very careful. You got to be careful with who the woman and what type of men you take. Because the child going to come out with some decrepit ways from one of their parents.
That's right.
That have not solely confirmed themselves and was determined to serve God. They're going to come out with certain quirks, certain ways that you have to knock out using the book.
That's right.
Tom sheet.
Silver spread into plates is brought from Tarshish,
Uh-huh.
and gold from Uphaz.
Uh-huh.
The work of the workman in the hands of the founder. Blue and purple is their clothing. They are all the work of cunning men.
Tom sheet.
But the Lord is the true God.
But the Lord is a true God.
He is the living God.
He is a living God.
An everlasting
An
King.
everlasting God.
At his wrath,
At his
the
wrath.
earth shall tremble.
Wait a minute.
At his
He
wrath.
said, at his wrath, the earth trembled. When I looked up the word for tremble, it said Tir-ash. Tir-ash means to quake.
Earthquake.
At the wrath of God, the earthquake.
So there's an earthquake. That means God.
I said, at the wrath of God, the earthquake.
Wow.
You mean to tell me I wasn't afraid?
Okay.
Man, me, Chief Malak, my Ima, we in the house. Man, the whole house starts shaking.
Yeah.
I ran out of my mom's room scared to death. Malak runs out of here. I said, yo, bro, I said, Lord, oh my God. I said, that's an earthquake.
Yeah.
Things are shaking. I said, yo, I never experienced that.
Yeah.
But the one thing I said, God is angry.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I said, God is angry, man.
Yeah.
I said, and if that don't scare you up to push up for God, to push up to these laws,
That's
then
right.
something is wrong with you.
Good
You don't have a heart. Like my brother always say, you gotta purchase a heart.
That's the heart.
You gotta get a heart, man.
Yeah.
We don't have that.
At his wrath, the earth shall tremble,
Uh-huh.
and the nations shall not be able to abide his indignation. Thus shall ye say unto them, the gods that have not made the heavens and the earth, even they shall perish from the earth and from under these heavens. He hath made the earth by his power.
He had made the earth by his power. So how in the world you gonna say, how you gonna call God power?
Okay.
I said, how are you gonna call God or refer to God as power?
They say, we God made.
In the Hebrew, it says koach, kaf, het. It means by his power or by his strength. El don't mean power, man.
No.
That means God. God said, I done created, I done did the earth by his, he said he had made the earth by his power. Go ahead. He had what? He has established the world
by his wisdom.
By his wisdom.
and hath stretched out
and
the
has
heavens
stretched out the heavens
by his discretion.
by his understanding. Tom She.
When he uttered his voice, there was a multitude of waters in the heavens.
Wait a minute. You hear that?
Yeah.
Man, my God ain't no joke.
Oh, yeah.
He said, when God speak, he said the waters, there's a multitude of waters in the heavens that start to shrink.
Start shaking.
Start shaking.
All,
Start rumbling in the
water
heavens.
everywhere shaking.
Everything react to the movement and the actions of God. The elements reacts to that.
That's right, they recognize it.
Tom She.
And he causeth the vapors to ascend from the ends of the earth.
Uh-huh.
He maketh lightnings with rain.
He
and
make
bringeth-
it lightning with rain
and bringeth forth the wind
out of his treasures. Everything got its place. The tabernacle, the sun got a tabernacle, got its
Right.
place.
That's right.
The moon got a place.
That's right.
The wind got treasures and spots where it goes out and goes back to where it came from.
That's right.
Go ahead.
Every man is brutish in his knowledge. Every founder is confounded by
Every
the
man
graven
is
image.
brutish in his knowledge. Every founder is confounded by the graven image.
That's
For
right.
his molten image is
It's
falsehood.
falsehood.
Wait a minute. So when I look up, I need you to go to Deuteronomy 22. Let's go to Deuteronomy 22. Right? So when I look up the Hebrew word for molten image, check this out. The Hebrew word for molten image is nisku. Nun, samek, ka, not shabuz, kolam. When I look up that word, it says libation. Libation. Libation, when you look up the definition of libation, it means a drink offering poured out to deities.
Uh-oh.
I said libation means a drink offering that's poured out to deities. Stop following the ways and the customs of the heathens, people. Stop taking your liquor and pouring it out, man. This is for my boy right here, man. Because you're not really pouring it out to the dead, to your boy.
That's how it started, drama.
You're not doing that.
And they don't know that.
We got to stop doing these things. It's a drink offering that was dedicated to deities, to gods,
Yeah. That's what they
to
say.
idol gods, man. So you know what? Instead of going to Deuteronomy 22, we're going to ride out in 1 Kings chapter 2. 1 Kings chapter 2. Let's go to 1 Kings chapter 2. You got it?
1 Kings chapter 2.
Chapter 2. Let's read.
Now the days of David drew nigh that
Uh-huh.
he should die. And he charged Solomon his son, saying,
This is something that every father,
Yeah.
this is something that every father wants to do.
every
At the day of his death, I want to be able to instruct my son. I don't want to die suddenly, not being able to set
To
things
address.
up for my family and to address my son and my children and my wife. Go ahead.
I go the way of all the earth.
He said, I go the way of all the earth.
Be thou strong, therefore,
Be thou strong, therefore,
and show thyself a man,
and show thyself a man.
and keep the charge.
How do you show yourself a man? By doing what? Read.
And keep the charge
By
of the
keeping
Lord
the
thy
charge
God.
of God. That's how you show yourself a man. Huh? I said, that's how you show yourself a man. That is the first title that was given to man. Be a man.
Right.
Before I was a chief, I was a man.
That's right.
Before I was a prince, I was a man.
That's right.
Before you was a king or a governor, you was a man.
Right.
Go ahead. So live up to that first title that God gave to you, was to be a man. And how do you live up to that title? By taking heed to what God said.
That's right.
I said, by taking heed to these laws, commandments, and statutes. Tom She.
And keep the charge of the Lord thy God,
Uh-huh.
to walk in his ways,
To walk in his
keep
ways,
his statutes,
to keep his
and
statutes,
his commandments,
and his
and
commandments.
his judgments,
Mm-hmm.
and his testimonies,
Mm-hmm.
as it is written in the law of Moses, that
Uh-huh.
thou mayest prosper in all that thou doest, and whatsoever thou turnest thyself,
That's right. Read.
that the Lord may continue his word, which he spake concerning me, saying, if thy children take heed to their way, to walk before me in truth, with all their heart and with all their soul, there shall not fail thee, said he, a man on the throne of Israel. Moreover, thou knowest also what Joab.
He said, so now David is going to instruct Solomon. He said, man, you know what Joab did. Go ahead.
Moreover, thou knowest also what Joab, the son of
Zeruiah,
did to me, and what he did to the two captains.
And what he did to the two captains
of the host of Israel.
Of the host of Israel.
To Abner,
the son of Ner,
and to Amasa,
the son of Yether,
whom he slew.
Whom he
shed the blood of war in peace.
So guess what? You see what King David specified on? Never shed the blood of war in the time of peace.
Right.
Be truthful with yourself. And be honest. Be truthful with yourself.
Right. Listen.
Be truthful with yourself.
Listen.
Did you start it? Was you the forehead? Was you the runner?
Talk about it.
Because if you start this war, or did you initiate it? Because if you start this, whatever you did, you the one that started it. And it was peace. It was no war between me and you until you did this. Be careful, man. We read the book and we learn the things not to do.
Right. Stay away from.
We learn the things what to stay away from.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay? So that we can gain the attention of God.
Right.
King David said, don't never shed the blood of war in the time of peace.
Okay.
It was peace.
It's right.
It was peace. Tom Sheep.
And put the blood of war upon his girdle that was about his loins, and in his shoes that were on his feet. Do therefore according to thy wisdom.
Do therefore according to your wisdom.
And let not his forehead go down to the grave.
Don't allow him to get older. Go ahead.
But show kindness unto the sons of Barzillai.
Barzillai, the Gileadite. Who was Barzillai, the Gileadite? In 2 Samuel chapter 19, verse 32, it says, right? It says, right? Barzillai, he provided sustenance. Right? The Hebrew word for sustenance is kaf shabut slamet. In the Hebrew, it is cool, right? It means he provided support. He provided sustenance. He maintained him means of living. He gave him provision. That's deep. There can never be beef with nobody that provided for your father or that gave to the family. If you ever came here and made sure that I ate, then there will never be beef between me and you or your sons.
That's correct.
Why? Because David said, don't move on Barzillai. I said, don't ever move on Barzillai the Gadite, because he provided me sustenance. He provided for me. He gave me a means of living. He gave me food. He gave me provision. He did for me. Disregard your feelings. I said, disregard how you feel. And start regarding what God said. I said, start regarding what God said and the things that our forefathers did. Those are the ways. There is no law there. Those are the ways of God. And when we do these things and we go against it, God frowns at you. God look at you and say, man, why are you moving on that man's son? Didn't his father feed you at a point in time in your life? I said, didn't his father feed you at a point in time in his life?
Yes, he did.
And I can speak about two men that I'll never forget, that fed me when I was hungry.
That's right.
That is Chief Amos and Chief Hezekiah.
That's right. That's right.
So there'll never be beef or problems between me and Chief Amos' sons. There'll never be beef between me and Chief Hezekiah's sons. Never. Why? Because that's the ways of God.
That's right.
I said that's the ways of God, and that's what God is looking for. And I'm going to stand on that.
That's right.
Let's read.
And let them be of those that eat at my table.
He said, man, just because of that,
make sure.
Barzillai can always eat at your table. If I'm gone, his sons can always eat at your table. Huh? What verse we at?
In the middle of 7.
Tom sheet.
For so they came to me when I fled because of Absalom, thy brother.
He said, man, when I was running from your brother, he said, they joined me and they ran with me. Don't turn on the men that went through the same thing your father went through.
Right.
Don't turn on them.
Yeah.
Can't turn on Slim. Can't turn on Joab.
That's right. Teach, Shama, teach.
Can't turn on those men.
That's right.
Can't turn on Gilead.
That's right.
Those are all the men that ran with your father.
Yeah.
And those are the ways of God. Can't turn on Prince Zachariah.
Yeah.
Because he ran with my father. Can't turn on those men. Road Dog. Who's Gershon. You can't turn on those men.
Yeah.
Because those men ran with my father.
Yeah.
Let's read.
And behold, thou hast with thee Shimei,
Shimei,
the son of Gera,
the son
a
of Benjamin,
Benjamite of Bahurim,
a Benjamite of Bakurim.
which cursed me with a grievous curse.
See, he cursed me with a grievous curse.
In the day when I went,
In the day when I went to Machanaim.
but he came down.
But he came down to meet me at Jordan.
And I swear to him by the Lord,
He
saying,
said, now when Shimei came to meet me at Jordan, he said, I swore to him. He didn't say, I swear, but I told him he can't die. Which means whatever you say out of your mouth is an oath. I don't have to say, I swear to God.
Okay.
No, come on.
Learn.
All
I
right.
said, learn what is a oath. Learn what
Okay.
is a swear. Anything you say out of your mouth, God considers it as an
There you
oath,
go.
or like you swore.
Listen.
Man, come
You
on.
hear me? Let's read.
now therefore hold them not
He
guiltless,
said, don't hold him guiltless.
but thou art a wise man, and knowest what thou oughtest to do unto him.
King David didn't like what he did to him. He wasn't feeling that. But I already said out of my mouth that I ain't going to kill you. So he went to Solomon. He said, Solomon, you're a wise man. You know what to
You
do,
know what to do to him.
okay? But you can't kill him for what I swore for.
Right.
Okay, Tom Shee?
But his hoar head bring thou down to the grave with blood.
With blood. Uh-huh.
So David slept with his
David
fathers,
slept with his
and was
fathers
buried in the city
and was
of
buried
David.
in the city of David.
In the days that David reigned over Israel were 40 years.
Tom Shee?
7 years reigned he in Hebron.
Uh-huh.
30 and 3 years reigned he in Jerusalem.
Uh-huh.
Then sat Solomon upon the throne of David his father, and his kingdom was established.
Was established greatly. Tom
And
Shee?
Adoniah, the son of Haggith,
Adonijah. This Adonijah is Solomon's brother. Okay, go ahead.
the son of
The
Haggith,
son of Haggai.
came to Bathsheba, the mother of Solomon, and she said, comest thou peaceably?
So Bathsheba looked at him and said, man, are you coming peaceably, man? Are you coming with some type of strife and debate and problems? What he said?
He said,
He
peaceably.
said, no, I'm coming peaceably.
He said, moreover, I have somewhat to say unto thee.
So, hey,
Yeah.
when a person is coming
Yeah.
peaceably,
Talk about it.
you can't be raunchy.
That's right.
That's right.
The man said, I'll come in peace.
That's right.
Why are you continue to be raunchy? That's not the ways and the customs of our forefathers. You have to welcome them and accept it and let go of your emotions,
That's right.
because your emotions is what triggers you and making you move and act the way that's not acceptable by God.
That's right. Emotional damage.
When a person comes in peace, you have to accept it.
That's right.
Tom, see?
He said, moreover, I have somewhat to say unto thee.
He said, I got to talk to you. I got something to say to you.
And she said, say on.
He said, say on.
And he said, thou knowest that the kingdom was mine.
There you go. There you go.
Starting off on the wrong
He's starting
page.
off on the wrong page, and
It
man,
wasn't yours.
he said, you know that the kingdom should have been mine.
No, in your
Wow.
head it was yours.
In your mind, it was yours. He was the next in line, but King David didn't choose him. He didn't choose him. Go ahead, read.
And that all Israel set their faces on me,
Uh-huh.
that I should reign.
Uh-huh.
Howbeit the kingdom is turned about and has become my brother's.
Uh-huh.
For it was his from the Lord.
Uh-huh.
And now I ask one petition.
I asked
of
one
thee,
petition of thee.
deny me not.
Please don't deny me.
And she said unto him,
She
say
said,
on.
say on. Say what you got to say.
And he said, speak, I pray thee, unto Solomon the king.
Speak
he
God
will
praise
not
to
say-
Solomon the king.
For he will not say thee nay.
Wait a minute. That's why
This is a
that's why The book teaches you what honor is.
That's right.
I don't like telling my moms no.
That's right.
I don't like saying no to my mother and my father, man.
Right.
And once I don't feel right because I feel like I let them down.
That's right.
Your mother and your father actually don't know, no, ma, I can't do it. What?
That's right.
So now her spirit drops. And now she got to find somebody else to do it. She got to count on somebody else. Can't depend on you. That's the heights of honor. Solomon said, what's up, Ema? He said, say on, Ema. I ain't going to tell you no. But after he heard what it was, go ahead, let's read.
For he will not say thee nay, that he give me Abishag the Shunammite to wife.
He said, give me Abishag, Shunammite to wife. He said, I need you to go to Solomon and tell him I need Abishag the Shunammite so I can marry her. I want that.
And Bathsheba said, well, I will speak for thee unto the king.
See, Bathsheba didn't pick up on it.
Nah, she didn't peep it.
She didn't peep it. Go ahead, read.
Bathsheba therefore went unto King Solomon to speak unto him for Adoniah. And the king rose up to meet her.
The king rose up to meet her.
And bowed himself unto her.
That's why I raise
That's
and I
why we
stand.
rise.
When my mother steps in the room or walk in the room and I'm at here and I'm in here, I raise up before her. When my father walk in, I raise up before him. That's not specified. You don't read that in the law, but you learn the ways of God by reading in other spots. What is honor and how to honor your parents.
Yeah, man.
Acknowledge their parent, their presence. So when your mother comes in, I stand.
Pause the game.
Pause the game for a minute and stop what I'm doing. I stand to recognize this is trouble. Is everything okay? What you need? You need me to do something for you? I don't continue to be in the TV and ignore the presence of my parents.
He's right. That's he.
Okay? That's why Raquel.
Okay.
When Raquel was unclean and she stood and sat on the camel's hump, Laban was chasing Jacob. He walked in each tent to find his idols. When he walked in Raquel's tent, Raquel said, Father, forgive me that I don't rise up before thee because the manner of woman is upon me. So I teach my daughter, when she's unclean, you ain't got to raise up before me because we have to follow the same order that is set in the book. In order to get the attention of God. Stop adding on with your own customs, your own ordinance, and think God is going to recognize you doing your own thing. Read that over. Tom sheet.
Bathsheba therefore went unto King Solomon to speak unto him for Adoniah. And the king rose up to meet her.
The king rose up to meet her.
And bowed himself unto her.
And he bowed himself unto her. When you first get up, you rise up. Then after you raise up, you bow. My son is doing things that I didn't do at 12 years old. I said, my son is doing things that I didn't do at 12 years old. The way he learned it from. That's why you could never turn on your father, because your father showed you what righteousness is. I said, your father showed you the ways of God.
Made you better.
And made you better to where you could start doing the things earlier than with the way he started it. That's why my father used to look at it and say, man, y'all got a head start. I said, my father used to look at his sons and say, man, y'all got a head start. He said, y'all didn't do the things that I did at y'all age.
That's right. That's right. True. That's right. I be.
Huh?
Dang.
Tom sheet.
And sat down on his throne. And caused a seat to be set for the king's mother.
He said he caused the seat to be set
For
for the king's mother. This is the throne of King Solomon.
Yeah, king's throne.
Kili Geberi was in full effect.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm the king. And then my mother comes in my house, in my room. I could tell my mom to say, hey, listen, ma, get that chair and sit there.
That's right.
Don't go with mama love.
No, override.
You can sit there.
I told you, Mom.
That's the respect and honor.
Sit
The
on my
mama
bed.
love, come on, mama. He said, you sit on my bed.
Sit on
Sit
my
right
bed.
there.
Sit on my
Just sit
bed.
right there. I don't go with that. Yeah. That's the honor that's due to the parents.
Yeah.
Huh? Let's read.
And she sat on his right hand.
She sat at his right hand.
Then she said, I
What she
desire one small petition of thee.
What Solomon said?
I pray thee, save me not, nay.
I pray you, save me not, nay. You know what's the word for nay? He's shuba. Sheen, shaboots, bait. It means don't return me or turn me back after I've done asked you the question or asked this petition. Tom C.
And the king said unto her,
He said,
ask on, my mother,
He said,
for
ask
I will
on.
not say thee
He
nay.
said, I ain't gonna tell
I
you
ain't
no.
telling you no.
I ain't gonna return you back. What you want? What you need?
Whatever it
What
is,
you
you
want,
got
though?
it, man.
Man, mama, I don't feel like it, but if you want it, I'm going to get it.
Right.
Override.
Hey, son, taste this.
He said, I don't want it. He said, I need you to taste it.
Override.
All right,
No.
you want me to taste it? I'm going to taste
Override.
it.
Yeah.
Override.
Yeah. I said, my brother taught me that yesterday.
Huh?
Yeah.
Come on, man. Let's read.
Talking about, man.
And she said, let Abishag the Shunammite be given to
Let
Adoniah,
Abishag the Shunammite be given to Adonijah.
thy
Read.
brother, to wife.
That brother to wife. Look
And
what Solomon said.
King Solomon answered,
Where we at? What verse we at?
verse 22.
22. Read.
And King Solomon answered and said unto his mother,
What he said.
why dost thou ask Abishag the Shunammite for Adoniah?
He said, why did you ask Abishag the Shunammite for Adonijah? Go ahead,
Ask
read.
for him the kingdom also.
He said, you might as well ask him the kingdom too.
for
Tom
he is
C.
my elder brother.
But he's my elder brother.
Even for him.
Even for
And
him.
for Abiathar the
And for
priest.
Abiathar the
And for
priest.
Joab the
And
son
for
of
Joy. He
Jehoiada.
named all the violators.
And so
He said, all these dudes.
Yeah,
I got a thing out for these dudes. He said, if you're speaking up for him, you're speaking up for Abiathar and him, because they are in cahoots. They are in cahoots. They teamed up. Uh-huh.
Then King Solomon sware by the Lord, saying, God do so to me and more also, if Adoniah had not spoken this word against his own life.
Okay, now.
Clear it up.
He said, I can't tell my mother no.
Clear it up.
But it depends on what she's asking. That's why he couldn't accept that. Because he's asking him to give him Abishag the Shunammite, when Abishag the Shunammite is supposed to be the next king in line. Okay? Let's get out of that zone now.
Let's get out of there.
When your parents ask you to do things that is contrary from the laws of God, you better say no. You can't accept that.
Yeah.
Hey, bring your kids during Christmas so we can celebrate. No, Mama, I can't bring my kids during
Come
Christmas
to visit Saturday.
because we don't celebrate Christmas.
Come to visit
We live
Saturday.
one way, Mama. Oh, bring the kids. Let's observe Thanksgiving. No, Mama, we can't come Thanksgiving because we live one way, Mama, and we can't. No, Mama. Bring the kids. Let's observe the birthdays. No, Mama, we can't do that, Mama, because we live one way.
You're not gonna see
Which
us on
means
holidays, Mama.
you have to be careful to the things that you say yes to.
That's right.
Be
That's
careful
right.
to the things that you accept.
Yeah.
Do not violate the laws of God for the sake of people and how they feel.
To accommodate.
Come on.
Okay? To accommodate people and how they feel. Tom C.
Now therefore, as the Lord liveth, which has established me and set me on the throne of David my father,
Uh-huh.
and who hath made me a house as he promised.
Mm-hmm.
Adoniah shall be put to death this day.
Mm-hmm.
And King Solomon sent by the hand of Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada, and he fell upon him that he died.
Uh-huh. Go
And
ahead.
unto Abiathar the priest said
Uh-oh.
the king,
He said, Abiathar the priest said the king. Uh-huh.
Get thee to Anathoth.
He said, I need you to go to Anathoth, Abiathar. And the only reason why he didn't kill him, you're going to see why King Solomon didn't kill Abiathar. Go ahead.
unto thine own field,
Go into your own
for
fields.
thou art worthy of death.
Because you worthy of death. You worthy to die. I should kill you. I should take your life, man. Go ahead.
But I will not. At
But I
this
ain't going to
time
kill you and I ain't going to take your
put
life.
thee to death.
Why?
Because thou
Because
bearest the ark
Thou
of the
bearest
Lord
the ark of the Lord God before David,
my
my father.
father,
And
because thou hast been
because thou hast
afflicted
afflicted
in all
and all
wherein my father
wherein my
was afflicted.
father was afflicted.
Yeah.
So when you run into men that ran with your father and went through everything that your father went through, that holds grounds.
Yeah.
I said that holds grounds
Regardless.
Right.
with the righteous. It don't hold ground with everybody because the wicked disregard the ways of God and do things according to their emotions of how they feel. But they're only going to hold regard to the righteous ones that has that determination to follow after the ways and the customs and the traditions and the laws and the commandments of God. So when your father had friends that he ran with, there's a certain way you deal with that person. I said, there's a certain way that you deal with that person. You hear me? Go ahead.
So Solomon thrust out Abiathar from being priest unto the Lord, that he might fulfill the word of the Lord, which he spake concerning the house of Eli and Shiloh. Then tidings came to Joab, but Joab had turned after Adoniah, though he turned not after Absalom.
What verse you at?
28.
Go ahead.
And Joab fled unto the tabernacle of the Lord and caught hold on the horns of the altar.
Joab fled, he ran and caught hold on the horns of the altar. Why did he do that? Because he must have known the law. Joab must know the law. In Exodus 22, in the law, it states, if a person grab hold of the altar, you can't kill him there. So when Benaiah went to go get Joab, he's on the horns of the altar. Benaiah knew the law. So he said, man, go ahead and read it. He said, man, I can't put him to death here.
And it was told
I can't put him to death here. Go ahead.
And it was told King Solomon that Joab was fled unto the tabernacle of the Lord, and behold, he is by the altar. Then Solomon sent Benaiah the son of Jehoiada, saying, go fall upon him. And Benaiah came to the tabernacle of the Lord and said unto him, thus saith the king, come forth. And he said, nay, but I will die here. And Benaiah brought the king word again, saying, thus said Joab, and thus he answered. And the king said unto him, do as he has said, and fall upon him, and bury him, if thou mayest take away the innocent blood which Joab shed from me and from the house of my father. And the Lord shall return his blood upon his own head, who fell upon two men more righteous and better than he, and slew them with the sword. My father David, not knowing thereof, to wit, Abner the son of Ner, captain of the host of Israel, and Amasa the son of Jether, captain of the host of Judah. Their blood shall therefore return upon the head of Joab, and upon the head of his seed forever.
Where we at?
Middle of 33. But upon David and upon his seed and upon his house and upon his throne shall there be peace forever from the Lord. So Benaiah the son of Jehoiada went up and fell upon him and slew him. And he was buried in his own house in the wilderness. And the king put Benaiah the son of Jehoiada in his room over the host. And Zadok the priest did the king put in the room of Abiathar. And the king sent and called for Shimei, and said unto him,
So the king called for Shimei now. Shimei next. Go ahead.
build thee a house in Jerusalem.
Go build a house in Jerusalem.
And dwell there.
Solomon in his infinite wisdom didn't tell him to build that house nowhere else.
He appointed it.
You know why? Because you had no reason to leave now. Right? And if I would have told you to build a house any other spot besides Jerusalem, then it will be conflicting with the laws of God. Where there was 3 appointed times where he had to go to Jerusalem to observe those 3 appointed times, which was the Feast of Unleavened Bread, the Feast of Weeks, and the Feast of Tabernacle. Yeah, Feast of Tabernacle. Those are the 3 appointed times. So now you have no reason to leave. Go in Jerusalem and stay there. Go ahead.
And the king sent and called for Shimei and said,
What verse you at, Color?
36.
Go ahead, read.
Build thee an house in Jerusalem and dwell there, and go not forth thence anywhere. What shall be that on the day thou goest out and passest over the brook?
The day that you leave.
And passest over the brook Kidron, thou shalt know for certain that thou shalt surely die. Thy blood shall be upon thine own head. And Shimei said unto the king, the saying is good. As my lord the king has said, so will thy servant do. Shimei dwelt in Jerusalem many days. And it came to pass at the end of 3 years that 2 of the servants of Shimei ran away unto Achish, son of Maacah.
So now 2 of his servants ran off, right? Go ahead.
And they told Shimei, saying,
the word got back to Shimei. Read.
Behold, thy servants be in Gath. And Shimei arose.
Shimei arose,
saddled his
ass,
and went to Gath.
To Achish
to seek his servants.
To seek his servants.
Shimei went and brought his servants from Gath. And And it was so Shlomo that Shimei had gone from Jerusalem to Gat and was come again. And the king sent and called for Shimei and said unto him, Did I not make thee to swear by
Did
El
I not
Israel?
make thee to swear by who?
El Israel?
But we say, Shimei, he swear. He didn't say nothing. But once you say your piece, and I agree, or I don't say nothing, and I don't say, well, and I don't reject it,
I don't make an exception.
you accept it. You agree to it. And it goes down as an oath. That's the reason why when you say, sir, when my father used to ask me, hey, son, what time you're coming? My response was, I don't know what time I'm coming back. Because I don't want to give you a time, and I don't come back on the time that I gave you. And then I end up sinning before my God. Or if you said your piece about something, if it can't be upheld, I have to voice it right then and there and tell you, well, listen, I can't do what you're asking me of. Because if I don't do that, then I'll be in violation. It goes down as an oath. Tamshi.
Did I not make thee to swear by El Israel, and protested unto thee, saying, Know for certain on the day that thou goest out, and walkest abroad any whither, thou shalt surely die.
Mm-hmm.
And thou saidst unto me, the word that I have said,
That's good.
Is good.
Uh-huh.
Why then hast thou not kept the oath of El
So
Israel?
why you ain't keep the oath of God?
And the commandment that I have charged
And
thee
the
with?
commandment that I have charged thee with.
The king said, moreover to Shimei, Thou knowest all the
He
wickedness.
said, now I'm going to remind you of the wickedness that you did. The wickedness which thine heart is privy to,
that thou didst,
that thou didst to David my father.
Therefore shall El Israel
Therefore
return thy
shall
wickedness
the
upon
Lord
thine own head.
return thy wickedness upon thine own head. Uh-huh.
Thee, Shlomo, shall be blessed.
Mm-hmm.
The throne of David shall be established before El Israel forever.
Go to Deuteronomy chapter 22. You got it?
King,
Stop, read on.
thou shalt not see thy brother's ox or his sheep go astray, and hide thyself from them.
Thou shalt not see thy brother's ox or his sheep go astray. It ain't my ox. I said, it's not my ox. Wait a minute. Wait, instead of going there, you know
Take
what?
time,
Go to
take time.
Deuteronomy 24.
Take
for
time,
facts.
take time.
Go to 24.
When the man had taken a wife and married her, and
When a man has taken a wife and married her. Okay? Again, I already spoke to you and told you where the marriage ceremonies came from and where it started from. It started and began with Nimrod. I said the marriage ceremony started with Greeks and Romans. We never had marriage ceremonies. We had banquets, but we didn't have marriage ceremonies. Now the word that's for marriage or for married is Allah, right? It means to go into. It means he becomes her husband, her Lord, her possessor. Okay? So when a wife respects her husband, she notices him. I said when a wife respects her husband, she notices him. Which means she's going to pick up on something, on things that's bothering him. She's going to pick up and understand and see, man, this guy, she's going to pick up on what's bothering him. That's why Jezebel was able to pick up that something was wrong with Ahab. All right? She had to be very attentive to Ahab to pick up on that. She just didn't pass his chambers. She picked up on it. So she asked him, he said, what's up, Ahab? Ahab told him his piece. He said, man, I want the vineyard of Naboth. He said, but he told me no. And she went and did what she had to do to get him Naboth's vineyard. It wasn't right what she did, but her mentality and how she think was that she was supposed to appease. Her intention was to please her husband.
Mm-hmm. Right.
That was her intention. Right? So when a wife respects her husband, she notices him. She considers him. Now the wife don't only notice him and considers him. The husband notices the wife. Because this is not a one-sided thing where the wife only noticed the husband, but the husband don't notice the wife. sometimes you gotta get out of your comfort zone and understand, gotta be able to feel what your wife is feeling,
Yeah.
so that you can comfort her in the way that she's feeling. We gotta learn that, man, because we start to get this boisterous spirit, and the boisterous spirit, and then start talking and disregarding how your wife feels.
Right.
But this is causing her to feel a certain way. I don't want her to be sad and unhappy. So I gotta pay attention to things like that, because it goes both ways.
That's right.
I say it goes both ways. It's not a one-sided thing,
That's right.
right? It means, so when a wife considers her husband and honors him and prefers him, it means valuing his opinion, admiring his wisdom and character, appreciating his commitment to you, and considering his needs. Submit to his leadership, but know what you're submitting to. You gotta submit to a man that is leading you towards righteousness.
Yeah.
You don't submit to just any man. Okay?
That's right.
Man's responsibility is to provide, protect for his wife,
Yeah.
shelter,
Yeah.
right? Food,
Food.
and whatever else she needs. Show her love by the way you talk to her. Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Baby. It's okay.
God speaks about that. How you speak.
It shows appreciation.
Because if I love you and I care for you, I'm going to choose my words.
That's right.
He said a soft answer turned the way around.
That's right.
And when you
Right.
say certain things, you look at me and say, man, you ain't have to say it like that.
That's right.
True.
I said, you ain't have to say it like that.
Yeah, the way you
Because
said
the
it.
way you said it, it made me feel a way. I said, if it wasn't important, then we wouldn't read about these things in the book.
Thank you.
Yeah.
If these things was not important, then we would not be reading about it in the book. So basically, I gotta choose my words when I'm speaking to my wife, to my sister, to my brother. I gotta choose my words when I'm talking to my brothers, to my parents, because I don't want them to get the wrong idea that I'm coming in a certain way that's not good.
In aggressive fashion.
Okay? By the way you talk, caring, satisfying her emotions. Okay? A wife is responsibility. She gotta feel safe. When a woman don't feel safe, it's going to cause other things to transpire. Right? You gotta be able to guide her and support her. So when God said to rule, right? What do you mean by rule? Right? You rule by commanding accepted principles or instructions according to the laws of God.
That's the rule.
That's the ruling that God is looking for.
Okay.
That states the way things are. I said that states the way things are or should be. Not allowed to do according to the laws of God. So in order for the husband to rule, the woman has to submit herself, meaning accept or yield to the will of the one who is in charge.
Oh, come on, talk about it.
Who's in charge?
Yeah.
It ain't nothing about, you know what I'm saying? It's levels, man.
Yeah.
And it's positions.
Yeah.
And it's place. The husband got a place.
Yeah.
The wife got a place.
Yeah.
The children got a place.
Hey,
The cat and the dog got a place.
Hey, guess what? Hey, Chief. Even God got a place.
Even God got a place. The elements in the heavens have a place. Everybody have a
Everybody got a
place.
place.
The problem starts and begins when the husband comes out of his place
Yep.
and go into his wife's place. And the wife get out of her place and go into her husband's place.
Yeah.
Then the children want to butt their nose in the parents business.
They would be the counselor now.
You better not screw your face up after what me and my wife is going through. So what you looking at like that? My father used to wild out. He said,
You
boy,
got a problem?
he said, you got a problem?
Oh, no.
He said, y'all dudes better remember that's my wife.
My wife.
And whatever I go through with my wife, you stay out of it. He said, y'all gonna cause me. He said, you're gonna make me turn into an animal. That's my woman.
I always did.
My father was a no joke, man. Yeah, he definitely spoke up on that.
My wife is doing the joke.
And with that, I hope I already has gotten what was born.
All right.
And I'm gonna say Shabbat Shalom. And I'm gonna call up the next speaker. Teacher indeed, Chief Mikael Ben Lewy. Before it's your mother. That's right. He ain't play that.
If we can just humble ourselves, we can, bro.
And then he hit us with, what you think? You think your mother soft? Your mother harder than me.
Yeah.
And I've learned that through experience.
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
This woman is hard.
Yeah. Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. Great, mighty God, the creator of light, heaven and earth. Giving all due respect to Prince Man, Chief Man, mothers and sisters. Brothers and sisters, I bid y'all tongue of our forefathers. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom Lekah.
At this time, y'all know the drill by this time. Exodus chapter 20.
Shem.
Repeat after me, please. And God spake all these words, saying,
And God spake all his words, saying,
I am the Lord thy God,
I am the Lord thy God,
which I brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
which I brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
out of the house of bondage.
out of the house of bondage.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
or any likeness of anything
or any likeness of anything
that is in heaven above,
that is in heaven above,
that is in the earth beneath,
that is in the earth beneath,
or that is in the water under the earth.
that is in the water under the earth.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
nor serve them.
nor serve them.
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
upon the children,
upon the children,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me,
and show mercy unto thousands of them that love me,
and keep my commandments.
and keep my commandments.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
For the Lord will not hold guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
Remember the Sabbath day,
Remember the Sabbath day,
to keep it holy.
to keep it holy.
6 days shalt thou labor,
6 days shalt thou labor,
and do all thy work.
and do all thy work.
But the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
The seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
In it
In it
thou shalt not do any work.
thou shalt not do any work.
Thou,
Thou,
nor thy son,
nor thy son,
nor thy daughter,
nor thy
nor
daughter,
thy manservant,
nor thy
nor thy
manservant,
maidservant,
nor thy
nor thy
maidservant,
cattle,
nor thy cattle,
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
the sea,
the sea,
and all that in the midst,
and all that in the midst,
and rested the seventh day.
and rested the seventh day.
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day,
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day,
and hallowed it.
and hallowed it.
Honor thy father and thy mother,
Honor thy father and thy mother,
that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
nor his manservant,
nor his manservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his ox,
nor his ox,
nor his ass,
nor his ass,
nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
And all the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings and the noise of the trumpet and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. And they said unto Moses, Speak thou with us, we will hear, but let not God speak with us, lest we die. And Moses said unto the people, Fear not, for God is come to prove you, and that his spare may be before your faces, that ye sin not. And the people stood afar off. And Moses drew near unto the thick darkness where God was. And the Lord said unto Moses, Thus thou shalt say it unto the children of Israel, Ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. You shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall you make unto you gods of gold. an altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen. In all places where I record my name, I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone. For if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shalt thou go up by steps unto mine altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon. So a lot of rules, a lot of strictness, a lot of narrowness, in order to not be like the people round about us. There's going to be a lot of, you cannot do this, thou shalt not, neither, don't. It's more of thou shalt nots than, oh, well, that's okay.
Right.
Okay. Now, I'm not going to come here and tell you it's okay to celebrate certain days that God did not tell us to celebrate. I'm not going to tell you it's okay to eat things that God said it's not okay to eat.
Right.
Okay. We go by the Old Testament, King James Version, 1611. And 1611 is the oldest version in the English that's closest to what's in the Hebrew. That's why we study the law, the history, everything in the Old Testament, along with a proper English dictionary and a proper Hebrew dictionary. So we see what it says and we read it in the English, and each word that we read in the verse gets defined in the Hebrew. We find out what that word in the English that it says means in the Hebrew. A lot of times it means the same thing. A lot of times it don't mean the same thing.
Right.
A lot of times it means the same thing and more. Certain Hebrew words don't just cover one word.
That's right.
Certain Hebrew words cover a lot.
Yeah.
Okay? So y'all want to talk about the way certain Hebrew words are used? Okay? You have to also look at the whole meaning.
That's right.
Hebrew words don't just have one meaning. A lot of them have different meanings.
Right. There you go.
Before we get to the etymology of it, look at the meanings. A lot of the meanings, they may contrast. They may not fit. They may not go together.
Right.
So you look at what you're reading. Oh, this meaning, the second meaning of this Hebrew word goes with this verse in the chapter.
That's
Right? Come on.
And that's how it's broken down.
Yeah.
I cannot put speculation, ideologies, what I think, what I heard, okay?
Right.
Everything that I think cannot go into teaching or studying. The reason why we have so many different opinions in what is a fact, because the laws are facts. These laws are not opinions, let's get it straight.
Yeah, they're facts.
Can we all agree? Can Kol Israel agree to that? Can we all agree that the commandments and everything in here that we read is facts?
That's right.
You better, because God told us this story. God is the one that told us who Moses is. God told us about the creation. God told us what happened in this situation. God told us what happened with her. God told us what happened with him. God told us what happened there.
Yeah.
And however it was narrated, you got to stick to the narration. Okay? I'm not going to tell you how this person felt if it doesn't say how they felt in the book.
Yeah.
Do you understand that part?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to give an example. I'm going to give you, before we even go in the law, I got to give you an example because I want you to be with me. I don't want to lose nobody. Okay? So when I say certain things, I don't want nobody to say, oh, but I don't want to hear that. Okay? Being that this is a fact. These words are facts. Okay? Because they came, why? Why are they facts? Because God said it. When Abraham was told to take his son that he just got from God,
Right.
that God promised him. We know God don't give you and take away. He's not like that, right? But he didn't question none of these things. He didn't say, well, man, why God gave me Isaac and now he's going to heaven? He didn't say that, y'all. He didn't think these things.
That's right.
It doesn't say that in here.
That's right.
You know what the mind of a man of God is? You know what the mind of a man of God is? God's word, that's it.
That's it.
Y'all don't get it?
Yeah.
The mind of a godly man is God's word, and that's it.
That's it.
That means, that's what y'all heard me say, override earlier.
That's right.
That means I override what I feel and what I think.
That's right.
But God said,
And how you
God
feel.
said what it is.
That's
I gotta override
I gotta
what I
accept that.
feel and what I think
I gotta
and what
accept it.
I've been
Facts.
thinking.
That's right.
When I read this, I always
That's
look at it this way.
That's
Wow.
right.
Oh,
But
wow.
God
It
says
says this.
That's right.
And God said it.
That's
So
right.
I gotta go along with what it says in here
That's
and
right.
stick to the term that God said in the verse
That's
that you're
right.
reading.
That's right.
That's what we have to do
That's
when we
right.
read this book.
That's right.
I don't see nobody else
That's right.
read any other book
That's
and get
right.
so critical and
That's
so
right.
judgmental
That's right.
of people
That's
who
right.
are real people.
Wow.
That's
But
right.
you read novels, you watch reality shows, you watch this, you watch that, you watch that, and you believe these things more than you read this and
Then you
believe
believe
it.
God. Then
And
you
that's the
believe God.
problem.
That's the problem.
That's the problem, man.
That's right.
We're making up stories about these people that's not
Right.
true.
That's not there.
Come on.
We're putting
That's
words
right.
in their mouth that God didn't say they said.
That's right.
God told you what Abraham said. Why are you saying it say different?
Wow.
That's right.
Come
Don't
on.
say nothing about gifts about Hunter.
That's right.
Now, thank you. Because I was supposed to bring this up last week. God made you pray in tongues because I probably would have forgot. I got a lot to talk about. Look, Hanukkah, like Chief Shama said, rededication of the burnt offering altar.
That's
Y'all
it.
know what the burnt offering altar is? Is where they did the sacrifices, the
Uh-huh.
burnt offering sacrifices,
Uh-huh.
the continual sacrifices before God. Meaning, okay, in the temple, right? Wherever God chose to place his name. So that's the temple. Before that was Shiloh. Before that was the tabernacle in the wilderness. Not too many places in the wilderness. And he said, look, this tent, my name is in this tent. When I pull up in the cloud on this tent. That's why one time God came down and descended on the tent, and the people ran. Because they knew who it was. They knew God personally is in that cloud. What you see in his bright lights, that's his glory. God come down that cloud. He's personally right there. When he came down and he said, you three come out, Moses, Aaron, and Miriam, God was right there.
That's right. Popped out.
Okay?
That's right.
No, when next way when you read, it said the Lord was in Gilgal, but it don't say where at in Gilgal. He got a spot in Gilgal. Tomorrow told me he got a spot in Jerusalem. He got spots. Because where you read it, it said the Lord was there. But it don't say exactly where. But he got certain spots with nobody here. This is my spot here when I come on earth. He said he came down and he looked to see what these guys doing. They don't see him and he walking around doing making stuff. Bang, bang, yeah, we're gonna get up there. And he's just walking through.
I
He's
ain't like
talking.
what I
Now,
saw.
first of all, you notice God is always talking to somebody. If he ain't talking to man, he's talking to somebody. You know who he's talking to, right?
Who that?
His angels.
That's right.
And he also talks to wisdom.
That's right.
Wisdom and God have conversations.
That's right.
Y'all don't even know that. That's why wisdom is looked at as an feminine term.
That's right.
She walks with God. And when you depart from evil, she comes straight to you. God ain't the command is already out.
That's
Once
right.
you start to depart from
It's
evil, and you get at a certain level of departing from evil, departing from evil is when you understand. When you
Wow.
understand the commandments, that means you depart. Not, oh, I understand what it means. No, I depart from evil because this tells me no. This tells me do. So I depart from evil. Understanding means to depart from evil. You get wisdom when you perform the law. So when you depart from evil, which is the performance of the law, that's when wisdom comes. And we got a lot of wise people, no law being done.
Okay. Wow.
I got a lot of people coming up in chats, telling teachers, trying to tell me and Chief Shama, teachers that was bona fide saved by teachers, my father, Chief Levites,
Come on.
the
tell
Chief
him.
Levites.
Tell him.
Okay?
Tell him.
We specialize in commandments. My father was known for that. We will be known also. So certain reactions I expect. And I told my brother, you can't expect everybody to agree with God. Everybody's not going to agree with God. Israelites are not going to agree with God.
That's right.
I read this book. And the prophet said, thus saith the Lord, and he got killed for that.
Yeah. That's right.
How many times they stepped on Moses? The only reason why they didn't get to kill Moses is God intervened. He said, yo, 10 times they provoked me when they stepped to you. He said, when they start to use because they couldn't get to me. You represented me. So you got this thing going. They came to you and held you responsible for everything.
Facts.
They didn't do the right thing.
Facts.
They was supposed to do what you was doing in Egypt. Go to the priest and ask the priest to inquire of Bilbao or whatever their names is. Why you can't do the same with God?
Yeah.
Or say, hey, God, why have you afflicted us for having no water here? So I'm like, oh, okay, I see you came to me. I see you recognize who your Lord is.
Facts.
I see you recognize who God is.
That's right.
Because you would have bowed down to the staff when you was in Egypt. You would have inquired. You know how I know? You know how I know? Later on. We're going to go into a chapter, but I got to brief you guys and get you ready for what you're about to read. Okay? Later on in the history. Now I'm going to leave that. Because it's going to mess up. I can't blow that one up yet. I'm going to wait.
Come back to that.
Hey, I'm going to come back to that.
Back to that.
So we're going to go now to Deuteronomy 25. We're going to come back to
Make
that.
sure you come back to that.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes you get excited up here. Yo, when you know God is God and you know these words is true, there is a passion and an excitement that goes
Yeah,
with it.
it is.
There is a type of... That's why I tell everybody, we don't be mad up here. It seems like it. But yo, and look, the camp where we were established at, where we come from, Ben Isaacing, every teacher taught hard.
Yeah.
Every teacher taught clear.
That's right.
We didn't have mics. So we had to speak out.
Yeah.
Deuteronomy chapter 25. We didn't have, mics and a setup. We didn't have technology like this.
Right.
Yeah.
You hear it.
Yeah.
We spoke loud and proud.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, about our God and his way.
Yeah.
We used to be out on the side in the corners. We used to be, at that time, that was the time.
Yeah.
Okay? So y'all are not used to these type of teachings.
Yeah.
Y'all are not used to hearing thou shalt not.
That's right.
Y'all are not used to that. You've been told all your lives, oh, no, you can celebrate that.
Mm-hmm.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Oh, you could go wear that. You can cut your hair. Why are we always talking about it? Oh, man, they're always talking about it because you keep doing it.
Yeah.
Isaiah said, show Israel their sins, iniquities, and abominations. Don't pat me on the back and I'm doing wrong. Correct me, whether I take it or not. And that's my job. That was Moses' job. That was my father's job. That's all men's job.
Yeah.
Whether they hear or not, and command your household after God, like Abraham did.
Yeah.
Talk a good one, but you're not putting your shoes in these people's feet. You're not putting your feet in these people's shoes.
Right.
You're not even putting one shoe on and try it out. Now it comes to the point where I'm hearing degrading things.
Okay.
Whatever they didn't say in this book about people. Yo, man.
Watch your mouth. Watch your mouth.
Nobody in here is thoughts.
Yeah.
Oh,
Nobody in here are thoughts.
Yeah.
None of the women on here are thoughts.
Please speak on that.
Stop talking like that.
A brother, let's say
All
that.
right.
Say that.
We
Say
having
that.
discussions on the book, and see, I gotta bring these things up because these are
Oh,
characters
nah.
of heathens.
You would have said that if our brothers was alive.
No, listen, these are characteristics of heathens. It makes me think I'm on Facebook or something. You calling Dina?
You wouldn't have said that if Simeon and Levi was alive. I'll tell you that.
Good, man.
Yo, you took the words
You
out my
said
mouth.
that.
Right.
You remember what they said?
It was
So they
God.
treat you gonna treat my sister like a whore? You gonna do that?
Stupid. She
And see,
wasn't
me and
a
my
whore.
brothers,
She wasn't a
by the
whore.
time you notice, me and my brothers got you surrounded. You're not gonna do that.
She wasn't a whore.
They don't say she was a whore. It says, should she be treated like one?
Exactly.
Because she wasn't one.
Exactly.
And that's why the practice of hanging out is no good.
Yeah, man.
And that's what got her in trouble. That's what got her in trouble. Okay? All right? I don't let my daughters hang out with those daughters out there. The daughters of the land. See, this is a teaching manual.
Yes, man.
Same nigga saying
Okay.
that. Bald headed, bro.
All right? Yo, I got highly offended, man.
Yeah.
Watch the word. No.
Come on, man.
Watch the words y'all use to characterize these people. Because
Watch
God
your
said
mouth.
they godly, man.
Facts, man.
They are all
Watch your
godly.
mouth.
Dina is more godly than all the men in Israel today.
Today,
Facts,
more than
bro.
me.
Stop Stop playing.
What you talking about? More
These
than
people
me.
are close to God, man.
Yeah.
Do you
What's wrong with these dudes?
read, man? I'm just saying, don't get beside yourselves when y'all talking about the people in this book. Watch your mouth.
Watch your
And
mouth.
watch your
Strife.
mouth. Take them for an example instead of criticizing.
Yeah.
Why don't we all do that?
Talking about.
That's
Call
what it's
Israel.
That's what
Because you
it's
can't fit their shoes. All right? Your father is not that great and good enough to give you a blessing to where your mother got to tell you to deceive your father and get it. You ain't never going to be in that position.
That's right. Talk about.
That happened because God said it was going to happen.
Talk about.
If you read from the beginnings of the chapters before, God said one shall rule the other.
That's
They're
right.
not going to be the same. She was the only one that knew this. So she had to watch and see how things play out. Wow, what God's telling me is true. I see it. But God said it got to be this guy. So I'm going to make it towards this guy.
Yeah.
Okay? They're not going to understand it. People do a regular book report. Grown-ups, Israelite grown-ups, give them a book report. Dr. Seuss, Cat in the Hat. Give them that and tell them, and then after that, book report. 10 questions about the book. They're going to get it wrong. That's first of all.
2 punches, bro.
That's the whole first of all. Second of all, your doings with these commandments are filthy.
That's right.
No wisdom comes to you.
That's right.
Iniquity comes to you.
That's
To
right.
do more.
That's right.
Okay? You're doing things to get yourself cut off in
That's
life
right.
and death.
That's right.
Okay? You're joining yourselves to vow pure when you do certain acts in the bed.
That's
Wow.
right.
Ha! Okay?
Right.
So I don't expect you to understand this. We will not tolerate disrespect. We will not tolerate that. You take that stuff and go to the heathen with that, because that's what they are about.
That's
You
right.
hear me?
Right.
That's what they about.
That's right.
They are about that. They're about shooting each other down.
That's
And
right.
nothing is done right. Long as you ain't doing it right, I ain't doing it right, that's what matters in the heathen world.
Mhm.
So let's leave that alone.
Mhm.
I'm not calling no woman in here no thought, man.
Yeah.
What?
It's
Yeah.
crazy. Same
Yeah.
man, the same man, bald
Time she, yo.
Deuteronomy chapter 25. If there be a controversy between men,
What's the controversy?
an argument, a
An
strife,
argument,
a
a
debate,
disagreement.
a disagreement,
And sometimes disagreements get ugly.
happens.
That's why everybody
It
needs to stay in their place.
It happens.
Watch how you talk to people. Watch how you talk to men. Watch how you talk to
Right.
women. Watch how you talk to children. Children, watch how you talk to each other. Watch how you talk to old people older than you. Watch how you talk to your uncles.
Hey.
Watch how you talk to your aunts.
Hey.
Watch how you talk to your mother, your father, your brother.
Hey.
Come
Hey.
on, man.
Hey, got you.
That's a fact.
Come on, man.
That's a fact.
We're a little too familiar and too loose.
That's a fact.
No structure, nobody, no honor. There's no honor nowhere.
No
If you
respect.
can't honor God, the Shabbat, your man, your mother and father, you ain't got no honor in it.
That's right.
And you're not going to see how far honor goes.
That's right.
Where is it? So we got controversy. Okay? I'll give you a good one. One brother say, hey man, it says in the law, you got to get rid of all the blood and the fat. We forget about the fat. What happened? We don't mention that.
Just the blood.
You get the blood out. We gotta get the blood and the fat out.
Yeah.
All of it. You shall eat no manner of blood or fat.
That's right.
Okay? It's all over the book. Three. And it's so, and the words is the same. And Israelites read it in Hebrew, and they still eat the blood.
And crystal
With the fat.
eaters.
Okay?
They're gonna eat it today for
Okay.
lunch, brother.
Oxtail.
Okay? Now, last night,
Cold foot.
I showed my brother Chief Bala the modern way that people slaughter animals.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
And I told y'all before, when you dress the animal to be eaten, he's alive at first.
Right.
When you make the kill, the head has to come completely off.
That's how you get the blood out.
Today in slaughterhouses and in Judaism, the head does not come off. They stick it here, they stick a knife here, they cut here, and they go in the back and do the same thing. It bleeds out, but all the blood doesn't come out. That's why Israelites think that they ate with the blood because they ate animals, they killed this and ate the animal the same day.
Same day.
They
Exactly.
don't understand.
Yeah.
There is a technique that people don't have today.
Teach. Right. That's right.
All right, that is there. They had it naturally. They didn't have factories. There was no slaughterhouses. You had to do it on your own. And the right one was only one way. Everybody slaughtered animals. I read all over the book. They slaughtered the animal and ate it. Okay. And when I look up, certain animals take longer than others. The bigger the body, the more the blood. Okay.
Like the time of Saul.
Okay.
Stop
Like the
it,
time of
stop
it. Bring it here.
Bring it here. Let's get it out.
Get it out. They ate the same day.
Then it-
There is a way. Abraham. Come, y'all. Come. Here, make bread. Picked out. He keenly picked out a goat. Gave it to the young man. The young man hasted to dress it. He didn't waste no time because, he got guests.
Yeah.
He take time. He making Abraham look bad. Can't make your master look bad. Can't make your father look bad. Can't make God look bad. Can't make mother
Your
look
leader.
bad.
Right.
Your leader look bad.
Yeah.
So that was his master. That's why he hasted. So that tells me you do not hesitate when you have a duty to be done, especially by God and your parents. Because if I have a duty to be done on my job, you won't get it done.
Yeah.
Right or wrong.
Right.
Or what happened?
You
You
fired.
get fired.
That's right.
Okay? So it's all around the border. So you don't hesitate. What happened when Lot hesitated? He nearly bought the farm there. But God didn't let him because it would not let harm come to him because of Abraham. So he said, look, man, this guy taking long. They had to grab for him. I mean, come on. But he was waiting. You got children. And it was mentioned. All of them wasn't there. Then his wife looked back. Now all you got is you and two of your daughters.
Wife is in the pillow of salt.
She's stuck. She's a pillar of salt, which is still,
Up to this day.
you can still see that
It's
it's
a
a woman
monument.
with a long
Still
robe
there.
on.
Covered in those.
They got ropes and stuff.
And they got ropes holding her up over the road because it's been there so long.
So long.
That thing is heavy.
It's
The
held
road
over a
that
highway.
it's sitting on
It's over
can't
a
move.
main highway. That they held it over the chain.
They don't say, well, look, man, let's see if this stuff is true. Archaeologists don't mess with that. Scientists don't mess with that.
Probably look like a mountain now.
Okay?
Brazil.
Yeah, it's probably like a mountain now.
Yeah, man.
Word.
So these controversies, all these things we talk about, everybody don't agree. Right now, people are listening to me and they're like, man, I don't like those guys. Man, those guys are crazy. Those Israelite guys, where they come from? I don't hear nobody speak like that. Why they always talking like that? Why they always do? When we can celebrate our birthday, no, you can't. That's why we here. That's why we here. Okay? My father made swords for the law. We're in the swords.
I like
Okay?
that. I like
We
that.
cut ourselves
I
for
like
the law.
Yeah.
I like that.
Two-edged.
I like that.
We're all two-edged swords.
I like
We cut, look, I cut myself first, get right, then I start cutting everything else that ain't right.
Like
That's what my father did with us.
I like
Okay?
Yeah.
That's the mind of Lewi, the tribe of Lewi. That's the mind of the tribe of Lewi. That's not all Israel. That's the mind of the tribe of Lewi. All of Lewi separated themselves.
Facts.
Everybody getting naked, having orgies, doing this, doing that. Doing that. What y'all think they was doing at the foot of Mount Sinai? You think they lighting candles and going like this? It was not. It was
Nah, they
plain.
were naked.
It was lit.
Yeah.
You know what lit is?
Yeah.
He made them
You
naked.
know what lit is?
They did.
Revelry. The man said revelry. When I heard that word, I know what it is. I said, oh yeah, it's lit. I mean, yeah, man, it's lit. It's mad beats in here. Mad ends in here. You know what beats and ends is? Freak off. Everybody like that. Everybody that's pointing the finger at that man for the freak off was there.
Right.
They all like it.
Right. They all like
We're supposed to be against that. We're supposed to teach our wives and children not to get into these acts.
That's right. That's
You
right.
think you don't serve another God. You serve another God.
That's right.
Your doing show you serve another God.
That's right.
All of y'all serve another God.
Your head show you serve another God.
Your head shows it. Your face shows it. And at lunchtime, your lunch shows it. Yeah.
Out of here, man.
When I go home, don't let me go in your home. Don't let me go up in your bedroom. Don't let me go in your fridge, in your bathroom. Some of them got the bathroom prayer. There's no prayer for your bathroom. Where you get this from? There's no prayer for the kitchen. For the kitchen prayer. All that is dead.
Yeah.
Y'all gotta stop it, man.
Christianity, brother.
Come on, man.
Prayer bathroom.
Decades ago,
Christianity.
in order to be an Israelite, the first thing you did was grow your hair before you even stop. You said because dudes shave every day. The first thing you did was stop shaving.
True.
We had an identity, man.
And in a little while, the man got braids. And then he keep the braids or go to dreads.
Right.
Then after a while of having the dreads and the braids so long, it's cut. Hey, bro, what's up with the new look? Ah, man, one side was going longer than the other.
Just showing who you with, Baldy.
I'm losing here on this side. So we all gonna lose here.
Right.
Look, we all gonna lose these bodies.
What King David
We all gonna stop being so vain.
What King David told those 2 men? Shave the other side?
He said, stay there until your beards grow back. They shaved half of them. That means they had beards.
Yeah.
And everywhere I read in here, they say he pulled the hair of his lock. He did this to his hair. He did this to this guy's hair. Everybody had hair. Everybody had beards. Dudes got grabbed by the beards and shanked. Beards, bears and lions got beard. They said the men of Israel are like lion-like men. Lion, this is your mane.
You say
Oh,
tiger.
this is your mane.
You say tiger,
This is
like
your mane. One brother asked me, where does your head start? Your head start here. All right? All of this is your head. So your head start here, your neck. Right above your neck, your beard. You can't touch it. All of this is your corners. All of this is your borders. All of this is your extremities. Leave it alone. You know what it's saying in the English too?
Yeah.
But it doesn't specify. You got to go into the Hebrew to specify. You can't touch no parts.
Yeah.
Any part of your beard you touch is a corner
Yeah.
or a border.
Get him, rebel.
You don't want to believe that.
Get
I'm
him.
fine with it.
Get him.
I'm fine with that.
Get him.
I don't vex myself over evildoers.
Get him.
Hey. Well.
It said, vex not yourself over evildoers. Don't fret over them.
That's right.
Don't. Oh man, look, they're doing so good. You got one. You got one. That's another type of vex. You get yourself. Oh man, they got this and they got that. Don't worry about that. You got God.
Right.
Yep.
Then you got the other one. I can't change you. If I can't convince you, I definitely can't change you.
That's right.
That's right.
Right or wrong?
That's
That's
right.
right.
That's right.
And that's where the controversies be coming up from.
Brother just
Okay.
thought that.
A lot of people say things out of their wickedness. I
Yeah.
hear their wickedness. A lot of uproar this season.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of uproar because there's a day coming up. That day coming up. And a lot of Israelites ain't get that day out of them. Yeah. There's Israelites that was born Israelites that knew it was no good and got that day in them. How I don't know.
That's right.
How I don't know.
That's right. Haters of the Lord.
Okay. The rededication of the burnt offering altar, they sent portions out. Portions is food. You get a plate. It's a party. We are partying because we have a new burnt offering altar, and we will rejoice before the Lord because we have a way of getting our sins off of us with this. We don't have that no more. We don't have to celebrate Hanukkah.
Okay.
Where is the rededication? Where is our altar that's rededicated?
Thank you. Where
And
is it?
I said this 10 years ago. I said this 10 years ago. Everybody said,
Where's the altar?
Chief Mick crazy, he bugging.
Where's the altar?
Where's the altar? The reason for them having that party every year was because they had a new altar. Where's the altar?
Come on.
What's the purpose?
What do we do with
That's
that?
right.
It's not Leviticus 24. Leave it alone.
Say it. Come on.
Because y'all ain't keeping it the way it's supposed to be kept.
Exactly.
And then they did Purim bad too. It took Purim
It turned into
and turned it into Halloween and Christmas at the same time.
Yeah.
They don't last.
But that's what you get for following the people that you say you hate, the Jews. You go up there on Kingston, on Lee Avenue, around Purim, and they're walking around in costumes. They walking around in costumes. And guess what happened? Yo,
Hey,
yo.
yeah.
Guess what happened?
See.
I said, they wasn't doing this before. Jewish people wasn't doing that before.
Wow.
I remember. It wasn't, when Purim came, they had little toys, they had their celebration. But one day I went up on Kingston, I looked, it looked like Halloween.
Yeah.
And that's what it is. Y'all gotta understand something.
It's true.
From the beginning of time, you can see that when the world gets together, it's no good. It's never to serve God. It's gonna always be against. So in time, everybody winds up celebrating the same thing.
No, not me.
The whole world is going to be celebrating Tuesday night.
Yeah, I'm not me.
Yeah.
Not us. And you know what's good? You know what's good? I don't have to say not me. I can say not us, because I'm not by myself.
Came, bro.
I'm not by myself. Yeah. So I say not us.
Yeah.
Leave that day alone.
That's right.
Leave them days alone. It's about time you leave them days
We
alone.
don't have no altar.
Get that way you can honor the Sabbath more.
Exactly.
You're giving too much to these other days. Yeah. Stop trying to be around your family at this time.
That's right.
That's right.
All right. You can be around here. No. We have family. They still come here. My auntie still come here. My tia still come here. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, my uncle from Panama came and seen us. Right? Nothing wrong with that. But we can't live amongst them.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's why God told Abraham, you leave your country. Because if you stay here in this country, you're still attached.
That's right.
Right?
Teach, man.
And everybody,
Bring
your
that attachment
family is
behind.
from this country. Your
Bring that
family is
attachment.
from this country. So wherever you go in this country, you're still a part of this.
That's right.
Okay? Your kid, look. Your father's not here now. You can go. Never made mention of his mother. Okay? She probably died long before. But we know he had a mother. Okay? We know he ain't come out the ground.
That's right.
But he had a father.
That's right.
So until his father died, right? But look, his father started moving towards Canaan. His father was already had mind going towards Canaan. Before God told him to go to, before God told Abraham to go to Canaan, he was already on his way. Stopped him her run. Ron died. Okay? Boom. Man, gonna die. Okay, boom. Now T-Rod dies. Abraham goes into Canaan land, which is inhabited by the most sickest sons of Nimrod and Ham. Okay? Nimrod had a lot of sons. One of them, not Ham, Cush.
Kush. We end up staying there.
Okay? Nimrod had a lot of sons. One of them was Cush, and that's who Nimrod came out of. Okay? And he had another son named Canaan. And Canaan, they were the worst.
That's who Noah cursed.
He cursed
The curse became there.
Canaan. All of those tribes of Canaan, that's why it wound up. God said, well, y'all come in here, the people of Canaan, kill them all up. Okay? And when you read Leviticus 18, you'll see why God said kill them up. Okay? There were acts, there were things they were eating. Okay? Sexual acts, perverted acts, and abominations and beliefs, supernatural things they were doing. God said, no, they got to go. They're too advanced in wickedness. Anybody come around them, go and follow them. That's why I'm telling you, kill them. Oh, God, wait a minute. We read it earlier. Can you love God more than his creation?
No.
You can't even hate.
You can't have more
You
mercy.
can't even hate
That's right.
men more than God when they mess up.
Right. You can't have more
You
mercy.
still let them pass. You don't get mad for God. You don't get jealous for God.
That was
So that's
Samuel.
out.
That was
That's
Samuel.
right.
Okay? That was Samuel.
That was Samuel.
That was one man in the
Man.
whole generation
Man
that
cried.
felt that way.
Man cried all night because they rejected God.
So all these things we got to look at, man. You're looking at the book the wrong way through heathen's eyes. Tell she.
If there be a controversy between men and they come unto judgment, that the judges may judge them. Then they shall justify the righteous and condemn the wicked.
So we have our own judges. We have our own courts. Then we had our own courts. Then we had our own justification. God said, take it to the judges, that the judge may judge them. That's why the judges have certain rules. They can't take bribes. They have to judge. The first rule of a judge is to judge. Anybody know? Thou must judge righteously.
Right?
That's the first command.
That's
for a
right.
judge. You can't handle a matter if you're not going to do it righteously. If you're partial, if you feel a river, no. You got to stick to the rules. That's judging righteously. Okay? So you bring them to the judges, bring the men, and let the judges decide. Because, see, we could go all day. I'm right and you right. We could go all day with this. Okay? Sometimes I've been in situations where I hear this man, and I hear this man, and I say, wait a minute, you're right, and you're right. You're just saying it in different words. But the hostility is coming in. There's something else going on. Because y'all both talking about the same thing and agreeing to the same thing, but you're being hostile towards each other when you're saying it. Something else is going on. All these controversies between men. You got to bring it before the judges, and they will justify. They will say, well, look, you're right and you're wrong. By the book. You're not going to tell me I'm wrong, and by the book tell me I'm right. I will not accept you, judge.
It's a problem.
I'm not accepting that because you're not judging righteously.
It's a problem.
You're causing a problem now. It's going to be more than a controversy.
Causing a distraction.
You're causing a distraction. Okay? Time sheet.
And this shall be, if the wicked man be worthy to be beaten.
Now, there were times when men got beat. Because your pride gets so high, you think it can't happen to you.
That's true.
What you did didn't deserve death. You need to get some stripes.
Mm-hmm.
And it's granted by God that we can do that. But the judges determine that in their righteousness. Not because I don't like the brother. Okay? Not because, look, I had to get beat one time. Now everybody gets beat. I look right. No. You can't be a judge. Time sheet.
And this shall be, if the wicked man be worthy to be beaten, that the judge shall cause him to lie down, and to be beaten before his face according to his fault by a certain number.
By a certain number, right?
Right.
You get to pick the number. Okay? He said, and the judge shall cause him to lie down. Now, if you don't want to lie down, we'll make you lie down.
Cause.
That's why we'll cause you to lie down.
Make that.
Most men ain't lying down. So we're going to grab you up and put you down.
Lay you down.
Okay? And be beaten before his face. According to his, you know what a beating does? It humbles you.
That's right.
It humbles you.
That's right.
It embarrasses you. It shames you. Makes you think about your correction. Okay? Look. And you'd rather that than to get punished. Look. You don't want God to beat you.
Nope.
You might not live.
That's right.
Now, even with men, with certain men, you don't want to. But God said, let me be punished by you, God, not by man.
Right?
Because he ain't got no mercy. That's why you got to judge righteously. Because when it's time to do these things, you got to know. Okay? You got to do this right. And so a judge is not for everybody. Everybody can't handle every situation. It's not for everybody. Tom sheet.
40 stripes he may give him.
That's the
and
number.
not
He said he shall give him a number. He said he can get up to 40. Not every time you beat this person, they get 40.
Right.
40 is
That's a lot
40
of stripes.
stripes. I don't know if I can make that.
I'm gonna get tired of giving them 40 stripes. I'm gonna give 1 or 2 stripes. I'm gonna start feeling sorry for you. Go ahead, man. That's it. That's yeah.
So, all right. Okay. Now, I'm glad you said that.
Yeah.
Read. I'm glad you said that because it builds and supports right here.
Right. Lest if he should exceed and beat him above these with many stripes, then thy brother should seem vile unto him.
Man, it's just a beating. You trying to kill me? You really want to kill me? I'm gonna look at you though. No. Even after the beating, I'm looking at you. Look, I'm gonna stay away from you. Like, nah, this dude hate me. Okay? Yeah. That's why you can't go past this. You can't go past.
That's right.
Somebody killed the guy.
Facts, bro.
Look, 40 will put him in the hospital.
Yeah, we seen it.
Men can't take that. To
One
them.
dude-
You seen it, bro.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
One dude
Stay there all night.
One dude started getting stripes. Why you getting the stripes? He started farting and passing gas.
You release. No,
Started
stop.
releasing, getting all nervous.
That's why it's good to behave yourself. It's good to behave yourself. Okay? So this don't happen. Okay? No, we ain't gotta worry about nobody putting their hands on you. Because sometimes, look, nowadays, and look, nowadays you gotta watch it because the guy want to put his hands on you, he already hates you.
Any woman get stripes?
Okay? Women didn't get stripes.
Okay. Okay.
Women didn't get into controversies.
Okay.
Women stayed out of a lot of stuff.
Okay.
Facts.
I'm gonna let y'all know right now.
Okay.
Even when men talking amongst lords, the women stayed out of it.
Yeah,
Teach.
that's right.
The women stay out of it. This is. We're not male chauvinistic. God gave it to man and gave us commands on how to run this structure.
That's right.
Okay, so certain things. Okay, I feel we're not hearing from enough men. We're hearing from more women about the laws and how things should go. And not enough men.
Teach them.
This is backwards. Time sheet.
Thou shalt not muzzle the ox when he treaded out the corn.
Look, man, don't muzzle him. I know what the ox does. See, if you've been on a farm, if you work on a farm, you live in the country, some of these laws that you read will be familiar to you. It said, "Thou shalt not muzzle the ox when he treaded out the corn." Okay, you don't muzzle him. He can't eat. He can't eat. Some people muzzle their ox because some oxes bite, they push, they will gore you. Some of them are very violent. But when he's out there amongst the field, amongst the corn, and let him go. That's how he eat. There's no thing, oh, well, I got to feed the oxes. That's how they ate. We didn't have animal feed.
That's right.
We didn't have these things.
That's right.
We didn't have this. They ate out there. We had enough in our field, right? That we got enough in our barns. We got old and new store. The stranger, fatherless, and widow could come and eat. And the beasts of the field can eat.
That's right.
That's why God said, leave them. Time sheet.
If brethren dwell together, and one of them die, and have no
I
child,
have no child.
the wife of the dead.
Let's get it clear. Two brothers that lived together. One of them died childless. He has no child. Time sheet. This law is only for that. Two brothers that live together, and one died without a child. If two brothers live together and they both got sons, this don't apply. This is only for brethren that dwell together and one of them die and have no child. The wife of the dead shall not marry without unto a stranger.
You heard short time?
At this point in time, the wife cannot marry out. Okay? She has no child. Her husband is dead. She has to go. The husband, brother, shall go into the wife.
Right. They living together.
This is laws of God.
Teach.
There's nothing wrong with this.
Teach.
There's nothing wrong with this.
Teach.
But the situation is they have to be dwelling together and one dies
Gotta be living together.
childless.
That's right.
Got to be living together.
That's right.
If they're not living together, we go, well, Lord, I'm going to come over and no.
That's right.
You can't perform that duty,
It's a wrap,
brother.
bro.
You got to be living together.
That's not your
See,
duty.
we bypass certain things. All right? Tongue sheet.
If brethren dwell together and one of them die, and have no child, the wife of the dead shall not marry without unto a stranger. Her husband's brother shall go in unto her, and take her to him to wife, and perform the duty of an husband's brother unto her. And it shall be that the firstborn which she beareth shall succeed in the name of his brother, which is dead, that his name be not put out of Israel.
Okay? That right there is because God already told Abraham, you're going to be plenteous without number.
Right.
These are one of the things that's going to keep you plenteous without number. No man should die childless with no son. Keep the thing going.
Right.
Example, when Benjamin was going to war with the 11 tribes, right?
Right.
After a while, they said, stop, no more war. It's not about what happened now. We shed enough blood. There's not enough of our brethren of the tribe of Benjamin left for God's prophecy to stand. We can't wipe them out.
Right.
They're still our brethren. And they went out there and they called to them and said, come out. We're not gonna harm y'all. And they got wives for them so their name could keep going.
Right.
Okay? They were still their brethren.
Right.
Okay? He said, my husband's now, he said, and if the man like not to take his brother's wife, this guy don't want to go into it. He don't want to take his brother's wife. He said, I don't feel right. Or she said she don't feel right.
Right.
Or they believe still heathenistically, I don't think it's right. You're still my brother-in-law. Or this instance, God said, do this.
That's right.
Okay? So if the man like not to take his brother's wife for whatever reason,
Right.
I'm gonna let y'all know reasons don't matter here. Y'all know that, right?
That's right.
The reason why doesn't matter here. So for whatever reason why, he said, then let his brother's wife go up to the gate. The woman goes up to the gate where the judges is at, where the elders is at, and it's what she says.
Okay, unto the elders and say, my husband's brother refused to raise up unto his brother a name in Israel. He will not perform the duty of a husband's brother. Then the elders of the city shall call him and speak unto him.
So that's called the duty, the law of the duty of a brother in this situation. And then the elders of the city shall call him. They're going to send him and speak out to him. And if he stand to it, you know what that means? He ain't budging. His decision is final. His mind is made up. When you stand on something, he said, I stand on that, right? Your mind is made up on it. Okay? He said, now if he stand to it and say, I like not to take her. I don't want to take her. Okay? Then what happens?
Then shall his brother's wife come unto him in the presence of the elders, and loose his shoe from off his feet, and spit in his face, and shall answer and say, so shall it be done unto that man that will not build up his brother's house. And his name shall be called in Israel, the house of him that had his shoe loose.
You know what that means? Oh, he got his shoe loose. You know why?
Oh, he great.
Look. I remember you that day. You the one that got your shoe loose.
Yeah, great. You agree.
You ain't have no heart for your dead brother.
You're a grease.
You ain't got no heart at all.
You're a greaseball.
Everybody gonna shun you. Nobody gonna want to have their daughter marry you.
That's right, greaseball.
You did not have a heart for your own. What makes you think you're gonna have a heart for my daughter?
He ain't gonna get married.
What makes you think you're gonna have a heart for my daughter and the kids you have? He's not gonna have a heart.
Nobody's gonna get
People get married and don't have a heart for who they got married to.
Oh, for sure.
You know that, right?
For sure.
Then this here shows that he does not have a heart for his dead brother to bring the name back up. So everybody's going to shun him and he will be embarrassed and he will be known. And that's a bad thing because he didn't want to take that part. Tom sheet.
When men strive together one with another.
As we can see, men strive a lot. Men argue a lot, men debate, they get into stuff, okay, all the time. Sitting in the room, you hear, go to the windows, men arguing. It's always something going on. And that's how it is amongst men. Okay? He said, when men strive together one with another,
and the wife of the one draw near for to deliver her husband out of the hand of him that smited him.
It's okay. It's okay. I remember one time I was in a rumble. Me and Bobcat. It's me and my man Bobcat. We had like 100 people. And female, my woman at the time, she was off on the other side. She was throwing bottles. Dudes was coming to get me, and they was getting hit with bottles. So it was like, boom. They don't know where the bottles come. But she was throwing them bottles, bang, and she was catching them. You know what I'm saying? That's okay. You can do that, right? But this you can't do.
And put forth her hand and take him by the secret.
You can't you can't grab him like that. If any man get grabbed there, you got him.
Oh, he's in total. You're under total submission.
Boy,
Total control.
yo, that pain goes through a man's whole body. And you lose
Your
wind.
head to your toes.
You lose your breath.
Your head to
You
your
get weak.
toes.
You get dizzy. That ain't no joke. And God knows his creation. He said, nah, that's no good. Even though this is happening, find another way to help your husband.
That's right.
Shoot him.
That's right.
Shoot him. God,
That's right.
the only thing God said, he said, look, the woman is coming to help her man. She's gonna help. Sometime the man got to say, no, stay there. Because some men will hit you. Oh, you coming to save your man? Come here. Wow. So you got sometimes your ish may tell you, hold. I don't need your help. That's for your safety. Okay?
That's right.
Because I know you don't want to see nobody doing no damage to your man, to your ish. You gonna feel it. You gonna want to kill him. That's your man. That's your husband. That's your Lord. Nah, I understand, Ishas. That's why God put that here, because he knows, right? No. What Jezebel did? What Jezebel did when Ahab was told no? You know what he's disrespecting? He was told no.
That's right.
And he said,
That's right. That's right. Nah, I'm gonna make a way.
who's still there? That's different. But he loves to eat.
So why you not eating?
He not eating.
What's wrong with you, babe?
That's what got her attention. Yo, why is bothering you that you not eating? That's what she said. That's what got her attention.
That's right.
You're not eating your food. You're doing something out of normal. What's wrong with you? Then he told her. And you see what she did. Right? What she did was wrong.
Right.
Her intent was correct.
Right.
Come on.
Her intent was correct. Okay? All right. I'm gonna back that up.
Come on.
In the book.
Steve.
In Jeremiah, in the book of Jeremiah, it said Jeremiah went to the woman who were baking cakes.
Yeah.
Baking cakes. Hot cross buns, they call it today. Easter cakes, church cakes. He said the woman was baking cakes to the Queen of Heaven. And he came in, he said, yo, what y'all doing? Y'all ain't supposed to be doing that. It's abomination. They said, our husbands, we are under order of our ish.
They over there.
Look, it's wrong.
My husband
Look.
right there.
I wanted to tell him it's wrong, but he told me to do it, I'm doing it.
That's right.
He left them alone. The prophet didn't say another word to the woman
Go straight to them.
because we had women that were totally submissive. Right? More than today. More than the Israelite woman today. Now, the Israelite women today are not totally submissive because they've been through a lot of things. Women have been through a lot of things.
Right. That's
Man has taken advantage
That's
of
right.
their authority
Teach.
over women.
That's right.
Come on.
Okay?
That's
I got to put that out
Damn
there.
bums.
Now, it created a bitterness.
Men are bums.
It's
Okay?
woman.
It created a bitterness in the woman, and I hear it a lot.
That's right. Teach.
So I want my sisters to identify
Teach.
you don't have to be bitter no more. Serve God.
Yeah.
Okay? You don't have to be bitter no more. You good. The east that you with, he got you. He's serving God with you. Okay? Okay? Most of the times he good. Okay? If it's not that way, pray to God. He will sort it out. You keep your heart here, and
That's
he
right.
will hold you down.
That's right.
Okay, look. Abigail was correct before God. Her Ish wasn't. Sooner or later, she got with David.
Yes,
God
you
killed
did.
them.
That's my example, y'all.
The whole kingdom.
That's my example
That's the
for the
word.
Ish
That's
shots.
the word.
God
Okay?
killed them.
If you're in that predicament, keep strong, stay and endure. Okay? So that no fault be upon you. Because you have to give the rulership up.
That's right.
Okay? When you have to give up rulership to authority, whatever you do is under a microscope, not the authority. Do y'all know that?
That's right.
So stay strong.
Okay.
That's all.
Okay.
Stay strong.
Okay.
And
Okay.
men, don't do the woman what you won't want done to your daughter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Say it again, brother. Say it again one more time. Please.
I got to break it down.
Say it again one more time, brother.
I got to come out the book.
Man up.
And that I had to give you my own words.
Man up.
Because you understood that. We ain't
Man
got to
up.
go to Hebrew for that.
Man, no.
Don't do to woman or to your woman or to this woman what you don't want done to your daughter.
That's a fact.
Or your mother.
Oh, your mother, look, even so, your mother,
Come on.
your sister, your grandmother. You don't want nobody doing that to the females in your family. Why you do it to her? It's not correct. It's not right.
That's right.
It's not right. And that goes right back to not doing things to your neighbor that you don't want done to you.
Mm-hmm.
Goes right up under that, don't you?
Then thou shalt cut her hand off.
You see what happens when you grab the man by the secrets?
Cut off her hand.
You cut off her hand.
That thou shalt not pity.
Now, in the Muslim world, when you steal, you get your hand cut off. You see the difference between God's law and man's law? That's when somebody gets their hand cut off. Okay? He's saying you can't feel sorry for her either. Because she didn't feel sorry when she grabbed it. You know what I mean? That's a fight and everything, but you need that to have families. That's when the seed is being held.
Mm-hmm.
You see, the man is being held in. The seed of life. God put the seed of life in man. Okay? He said, Tamshi.
Thou shalt not have in thy bag divers weights, the great and the small.
Okay, so now back then you had weights. Then everything was sold by weights. You had merchants, right? People started being unjust.
Mm-hmm.
They said, I found a way I can get more money, right? And giving out less substance.
Wickedness increasing.
So I got this marked that it's a 10 pound, but it's really 20. So you're paying for weight. The heavier anything is, and that's up to today. Anything that is heavy, the heavier the weight, the more you pay. So they say the weight is a 5 pound weight, but it's really a 20 pound weight. When you put it on there, the price you paying, you got chips. You got chips. Okay? That's why God said you can't have diverse weights, a great and a small.
That's right.
Now today, people don't have those type of weights. People got digital scales. Change the battery. If the battery start messing up, it starts telling you a different reading. It's faulty. It's a diverse weight.
Certain produce.
Okay.
They still do that.
People still do it today.
They fish, they weigh on the weight. My fish, know about fish.
So if you a merchant, if you sell anything, be just by the weight. That's everything.
Still weights.
They still do it. Everything that you buy, you look at the bottom, it's going to tell you how in metric. It'll tell you the metric, or in weight.
Right.
It'll tell you how heavy this is.
Right. The heavier the fish.
Look, food, drugs, everything is sold by weight.
That's right.
So God tells us, if you are the one selling, you have to be just, okay, with the weights. You can't deceive the people, and they're paying for $20, but you only give them $10. Or they're paying $100. You understand what I'm saying? You can't do that. And these gadgets and devices that show faulty weights, they are an abomination. It's something you can't have with you or in your house. Tells you.
Thou shalt not have in thine house divers measures.
So you can't have it with you.
Small.
You can't have it with you, right? And you can't have it in your house. It's an abomination. Tells you.
But thou shalt have a perfect and just weight. A perfect and just measure shalt thou have, that thy days may be latent in the land.
That also
the Lord thy God gave.
That had a lot to do with them staying in the land. If y'all notice, when you read a lot of these laws, it says so that your days may be prolonged in the land, which the Lord thy God gave. How many times have you heard that? At the end of laws, he said, man, you got to keep these laws. This is what's going to keep you in the land. When this situation come up, you have to do this. If you don't do it, as a whole, you're getting out of here. Because the people who was here before you, he said it in Leviticus 18, the nation that was here before you did not. He said, no, the nation that was here for you committed all these abominations that I'm telling you not to commit. That's why they're not here no more. Verse 16.
All that do such things and all that do unrighteously are an abomination unto the Lord.
But everybody that moves like that, everybody that has diverse weights, trick scales, selling people faulty stuff, look, you are an abomination.
Wow.
That act is an abomination. And the tools that you use to deceive people is an abomination. Verse 17. Remember what Amalek did unto thee by the way.
By the way,
When you will come forth out of Egypt. He said, don't forget. He said, look, you can't let that one slide. You let a lot of things slide. But this thing with Amalek, God took it personally. He said,
how he met thee by the way, and smote the hindmost of thee, even all that were feeble behind.
He said he met you by the way, meaning you wasn't ready to meet nobody. You didn't know you was gonna meet nobody. He waited when you came out. This is when you meet him.
Ambush.
He met you by the way. He ambushed you, and he smote the back parts, of the tribes that was coming out. You know why? The strongest people is always in the front. Okay, kids, the old, the weak, the sick, the lame, they straggled towards the back, and that was a dishonorable.
That's
move.
dishonorable, man.
There's in war that was a dishonorable.
Yeah,
move.
man, that's like shooting. In
Why didn't you go with a mighty man at? Put me in the heat of the battle, like how David told Joab, put Uriah in the heat of the battle where valiant men are. You know what valiant men are? Men that ain't scared of nothing but God. That's what valiant means.
Yeah, die.
I'm not scared to die. Because you're gonna die with me. Okay? I'm not scared to die. That's a valiant man. Okay? The only thing he fears is God. That's why he said David's men are valiant men. You don't know your father. I already told you about your dad, right?
Like
and who he hang with
they the same.
Ain't no peasants, man.
They the same like their dad.
He said they're like bears.
Robbed of their wealth.
They got their kids snatched from them. And she's looking through the trouble, like, where my children at? They stay like that. And they say, yo, whatever David King you want to do, be ready to do. You know what that means? You ain't gotta run.
They got tired of running.
If you don't want to run,
got tired of that.
we ain't gonna run. We ready to go to war with them. But if you say chill, we gonna chill.
Right.
Those are soldiers.
Soldiers.
Man. Those are men of honor. Even though I want to take your head off, and you supposed to take your head off, Mama said chill.
Facts. Yeah, that's why I'm shaking hands with this dude. Yeah.
Because I've been in that position a lot of times.
Yeah.
You start stuff. Then when you get crazy on them, run to your father because he knows you honor your father. That's why. That's why. It's a known thing. And they use that. Because they know the only person that can stop you. You gotta go, the father not around, go to his imam. They're the only ones that they listen to.
Facts. Teach.
I want blood. I want to kill you. Why you want to say leave it alone? It's the only thing keeping me off you.
It's a fact. All facts.
I gotta leave it alone. That's honor, man. That's honor. When everything inside of you want to go, you get that no. You show that you behind. That's what God like.
Okay.
You override your senses.
Okay.
You override how you feel. I override what make me feel satisfied. What will appease my soul is not correct. But remember what Amalek did. How he met you by the way. Smote the hindmost part, even all that were feeble.
I was faint and weary. When thou was faint and weary, and you feared not
El. You feared not God.
Therefore shall be what Israel thy El had given you.
In other words, out of everybody, Amalek dared to jump on my people when everybody was fearing the children of Israel when they was coming out of Egypt. It was like, yo, these people coming from.
You heard them in Jericho.
Egypt.
You heard them in Jericho.
I said, man, we heard what y'all did in Egypt. Your God is a terrible God. I don't want no problems with you.
Rahab said they captive. They heard too.
They heard.
She said they heard.
They just want to go against. And that's what Amalek do. He said, he feared not God. Amalek didn't fear God in holding himself back from jumping on Israel, who he knows the true and living God was with. Everybody else, there's other tribes. Edom had other sons other than Amalek. Just what Amalek didn't drop on Edom. Edom told his brother, man, forget that. That ain't nothing. So who are you today? Jacob, he did this to his brother. His brother said, man, it ain't nothing.
Ain't nothing. Come on, they cried on each other's necks.
Come on, man. Leave that alone. Stay out of people's business.
Stop being racist.
That's what it is.
Bastards.
That's what it is, man.
Racist bastards.
Leave them alone. Amalek was the one that messed up.
That's right.
God said he didn't fear him by running down on him. He said, therefore, because of this, it shall be when the Lord thy God has given thee rest, when in the future, later on, I'm going to take care of this guy.
He's going to get ran down.
He's going to get ran down on. I'm going to take care of him. I don't like what he did here. But you ain't ready yet. When you get settled in the land that I promised you, he said that it shall, that thou, you Israel, you're going to wipe, I want you to wipe them out. You know what that means? You don't spare nobody. You don't spare the baby. You don't spare the woman. Even if she's still a virgin. This here, everything goes.
Not the animals.
We don't want nothing from you.
Not
We don't want none of yours. That's why God told Saul, don't take nothing of theirs.
That's right.
If I'm against you, I don't want nothing from you.
Say that again.
If you're against my God, I don't want nothing from you.
Say that again.
If you're against mine, which is my blood, my family,
Say that
I
again.
don't want nothing from you.
Say that again.
If you got a problem with my brother, don't come speaking to me.
Say that
If
again.
you got a problem with one of my sisters, don't come speaking to me. But show me, big Al. Well, I hear the other kid. You ain't speak to my brother, Chief Shama. Or you ain't hear my brother. You'll stay away from me, man. Y'all stop being true to each other, man. That's how it go now, man. Because if you let people, they will divide your family. If you let Israelites, they will divide your family. They want to see sons go against fathers.
Yeah.
They don't respect the sons honoring their father and mother word.
Right.
And what's it bothering you about?
Right.
You ain't getting paid. You not getting digested food off of it. You didn't even make you sweat. Why it bother you? Because you wicked. And this acts of righteousness you never seen before, you don't like it. The wickedness in you is stopping you from accepting it. So you tend to have a problem with the people who representing what you don't like. Time sheet.
Therefore it shall be.
Yo, I'm not stupid, man. I've been around for a while. I've been up under my Abba. He taught me a lot of stuff. He taught me and my brothers a lot of things. My sisters a lot of things. My Ima a lot of things. We on point.
Yeah.
First thing he told us to be on point was with ourselves and God. So you can't run it under us, man. Stop making up stuff that's not in the book, man. Because I know why you're doing it. I know why y'all doing it.
Benefit themselves. Our own benefit.
You start telling people they can't do. You got less people coming. You got less money.
That's right.
Time sheet.
Therefore it shall be, when the Lord thy God hath given thee rest from all thine enemies round about, in the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee for inheritance to possess it.
Go to Isaiah 63.
Yeah.
Isaiah chapter 63.
Now, we get taught certain things, right? We get taught a lot of things, and we get told, hey, you're not supposed to celebrate this. This is pagan. This originated this. My fault. Isaiah 65.
Isaiah chapter 65.
We get told a lot of all these things, right? And know what I hear a lot? Show me in the book where it says that. I just did.
I ain't mad at that.
Well, but you don't get mad at
I ain't
that.
mad at that.
You show them in the book.
I just show them.
It's in the history. Because God talked about all the things Israel did that he didn't like, all right, which was the ways, and all the commandments that they broke. He spoke about it, and he spoke about the pagan ways that they attained to themselves. Okay? So we're going to read about some of these things. And it might sound familiar to what Shama was just telling y'all, stop doing.
Okay.
We will see that the children of Israel,
Okay.
the descendants of Jacob, was doing these things that you're doing today, and it got them expired. What do you think is going to happen to you?
Okay.
And you ain't even close. Township.
Isaiah chapter 65. I am sort of them that ask not for me.
He said, look, I am searched. People are searching that acts not for me.
Mm-hmm.
People don't know me, but they searching for me. You hear people say I'm searching to see who God is. But they don't know who God is.
Right.
That's what the Most High saying.
Okay.
He said they searching for God, but they don't know it's me. Okay? They looking. He said, and what?
I am found of them that sought me not.
And look, ones that ain't even thinking about who is God and this and that, wind up running right into me. The most diabolical guy wind up the most righteous guy.
Yeah.
So it's best we correct each other and get back to yourself. We're in too much on each other. If you want to have a bald head, bye-bye. Bald out.
On your one.
My environment don't have that, so I don't care.
Okay.
I'm not around that.
Exactly.
Right.
Teach.
I'm not around these abominations.
Yes,
I'm not around people who do presumptuous sins. I'm not around that.
That's right.
Teach.
So it don't bother me.
Teach.
But deep down, it's a little part of me that wish and hope
That you
that you do
right.
change.
That you do change.
Wish and hope. Maybe in the future
Word.
you will see this.
Word.
I hope that.
Word.
That's a good hope.
Right.
That's something good.
Until then,
Because even God said, I don't delight in the death of the wicked. But you're gonna have, but you know what? You do that from over there. You do
Stay
that
away
from
from me.
over there, yonder.
Shalom, ma.
Stay away from me.
I see you in the chat.
Right. I'll see you on the chat.
You know?
I feel you, bro. I feel you. Teach.
Okay?
Teach.
You know?
Teach.
Some people can't be close. I mean, how you're living is offending me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Offending God.
Because you're offending God, it's offending me.
That's right.
That's right.
It's offending God, it's offending me.
Right. That's right.
I don't like what you're doing. I didn't say I didn't like you. I don't like what you're doing. Okay? So you got people who ain't even thinking about God. You didn't know you was going to be sitting here 10 years ago. 10 years ago, you didn't know. You, brother, Joshua, you didn't think. You wasn't even thinking about God. You wasn't thinking about the God that you was brought up in your captivity, were you? You wasn't even thinking about Jake on the cross. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
God believe.
Perfect example.
God believe.
A man who wasn't even thinking about none of this. He's here.
JJ Chris.
Okay? These words are real.
Right.
Okay? He said, I am found of them that sought me not. I said, behold me. Behold me. You know what that means? Check me out. Listen to me.
Look. Yeah.
What's up? That's what God's saying.
Observe me.
Observe me. I'm here. What's up? You want to see me? He said, behold me. I said, behold me unto a nation that was not called by my name.
Wow.
Ooh.
That's right.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's right.
Got him.
It's God talking.
Got
Okay?
him.
They wasn't even called by my name. And I told them, yo, check me out. I came to you. I showed you. Okay? That's why you can't get away with nothing. Now, don't worry about the wicked. Worry about you. Because if you do anything they do, you're going to get worse than what they get. Because you know better. Because I showed you me. You know my name. You know my ways. You know me. Okay? Tell she.
I have spread out my hands all day unto a rebellious people.
He said, I've been spreading out my hands all day. You know what this means? Waiting for you to come. God is waiting for you to come. Like, yo, come, yo, what up? You know, you outside, you see your man, yo, what up? What that mean? Yo, what's up? Pull up. I'm waiting for y'all to pull up on me. That's what God said. But the problem is, he said, I have spread out my hands all day unto a rebellious people.
Wow.
ain't all that great, man. We are, look, if you're not correcting, you are a rebellious person.
That's right. Teach.
You're with the rest of the world.
Teach.
You're just naturally rebellious.
Okay? Presumptuous.
He said, which walk it in a way that was not good, after their own thoughts.
Okay.
Oh, man.
I could celebrate my life, man. Me being born, brother.
This is crazy. This is crazy. Which walk it in a way that was not good. There are ways that are not good, right? And he said, and after my own thoughts. Well, I know what I think. The way I see it here, I don't see where, with the word in the Hebrew is telling you what happened, what it said, and what it means. I don't have to put what I think to it, and you don't either. It already tell us.
That's your perspective.
That's my own thoughts.
That's your speculation.
That's my own thoughts. And my thoughts come from my ways.
That's right.
Y'all got that?
Right.
That's right.
My ways. Y'all heard about what a way is. Who you are. Your inside. How you do this. Your thoughts come from your ways. How you think is how you are.
So man thinking.
So is he.
So is he.
So is he.
One of my father's favorite saying.
This guy is always talking about this. This is what he likes. Whatever you putting forth, and you show people what you hate, what you love.
Yeah.
You show people who you hate,
Yeah.
who you love.
Yeah.
Time sheet, verse 3.
A people that provoke me to anger continually to my face.
He said, no, people who provoke me to anger. Nah. He said, a people who provoke me continually
To my face.
You know what that means? They won't stop. He won't stop.
That's all.
She won't stop.
Sins,
We won't stop.
That's presumptuous sins, man.
Continually to his face.
Gotta stop, man.
You're not even scared.
Gotta stop.
You ain't even have a second thought. Boldly went in. He said, now, these are some of the things that they continually kept doing before God. All right? That provoke him to anger. Okay? Run the list down.
That sacrifice in gardens.
Oh, pause. That sacrifice in gardens. You ever seen a person's garden? And when you look, you see a little thing called a gnome. Gnome. Look like a dwarf or an elf. Everybody has one of those things in their garden or grove. That's where this comes from. Okay?
That's crazy.
The idol is in the grove. The idol is in the garden. Okay? And you go there. If you don't go up high in the hills or to the heathen temple, you go in your bushes or you go in your own garden. Some people have their own garden. They don't go nowhere. They sacrifice to their idol in their house. Okay? So that's where the little things called gnomes come from. All right? It said that sacrificing gardens, that's 1. 2.
And burning incense upon altars of bricks.
They burning incense, but not to God. And the only one that could burn incense to God was who? Everybody can't do that. All of Israel can't do that.
In the temple.
No, we don't need the priests. If everybody could do these things, if I could sacrifice and make altars and burn incense, what we need a priest for? Why did God make that office for Aaron?
That's right.
If everybody could do it. He has been made separated for the people so he can atone for their sins. He can't be the same as the people. The priest can't be the same as the people. He don't even leave the grounds.
Talk about it. Now, he don't leave.
That's why you walk around barefoot.
And that's why we bring those first fruits.
And everybody got to bring it to him.
That's why we bring
He don't go collect it.
He eat.
We bring it.
That's
And
how
him and his family eat off of that. Certain parts, they eat this offering, boo. Okay, this a burnt offering, the whole thing go up. Meal offerings, all that flour, all the first fruits of them. I'm not eating that. The wine, all of that. What they do is they wave it before God and heave it before God and present it before God that you brought it. You home already. You good. Dude, because you bring your tights in, right? And then now, my family.
Go eat.
Me, my wife, my kids. And the rest of the we got Merarites in there. And we got Gershonites in there. We got people working the office of the temple. That's how they get fed.
Make the law clear. Teach, brother.
So you cannot burn incense Chief Shama been telling y'all for like 2-3 years now.
That's right.
Y'all ain't listening. Y'all think we talking crazy.
Most I said you ain't burning the town, you burning to the devil.
And you ain't supposed to be burning.
That's right.
You ain't supposed to be burning no incense.
Right.
We don't burn incense. There's nobody to burn incense now because there's no priest. There is no Kohen.
Ain't no Kohen.
Tom shoot.
Which remain among the graves.
See, and they burn incense upon altars of brick, which remain among the graves. That's where they get the lighting of candles from. Right.
Wow.
Candle lighting.
That's deep. That's
Candle lighting.
Wow.
That's
It's
deep.
right here.
That's deep.
Show me in the book. Read it.
That's deep. That's deep right
It's
there.
in there. Read it.
Yeah,
Burn your eyes out like
eyes
my
closed.
father did, like I did, like we doing.
But their eyes is closed, bro.
You know, guess what? No, guess what? I'll show them. It won't change them. It won't change nothing.
That's true.
We take them right to the core of things.
That's
We
true.
show them. He said, "Thou shalt not." Boo, 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 boo. We show them, and they come up with erroneous questions. That tells me the wickedness in you is not allowing you to accept what you're hearing. Bye. I'm not gonna do. I don't have patience. Me personally, G. Shelby got more patience than me, y'all. I don't have the patience. Once I see you're not trying to hear this, you asking me, I'm showing you, and you're still but. I don't want to talk to you no more.
That's me too, brother. I ain't got
I
it.
can't. I got no patience, man.
You go to school, you do that to the teacher?
Nope.
No.
Nope. We go to the hospital. Do you do that to the doctor?
I ain't got the patience.
I don't have the patience. I never.
You can't
I
ball.
see, I see what Abba went through with that, man.
You can't ball your head. Where does your head start?
Here. Here.
Your head start right
Here.
there.
Yeah, it starts here. I got the answer. It starts here. So what that got to do with this?
Teach.
Come on, man. Y'all don't even sound like, yo, it's heathen kids. I'll be around and I tell them certain things. Those I say, no, I don't eat that. They say why, and I tell them why, and they accept it. They accept it. There's certain heathens that accept it. They know. A lot of them know. They knew when Jonah told them. He's like, oh shoot, you the reason why. But then look, they didn't want to throw him over. He said, throw me over. Throw me over. Don't worry. But these people know, man. Israel. The curse is a certain curse that's only on Israel. Yeah, from back here. All those who don't do these commandments are sinners. That's the curse.
Yeah.
Where am I at? Okay.
Isaiah chapter 65, verse 4.
He said, and burning incense upon the altars of brick, which remain among the graves. This is the origin of visiting graves every year upon the anniversary of someone's death.
Yeah.
This is how it started. Okay? Worship of the dead.
Come on.
Okay? And idol worship are two different things, but they're connected.
Yeah, they are.
Okay? Because a person would die, you worship him, and he becomes an idol.
Yeah.
Mm.
Mm. Come on.
All right?
Right.
Read the next line. Which remain among the graves,
Enlarge in the monuments.
enlarged in the monuments. Monuments. Are we supposed to have monuments?
No.
We don't have monuments. You know what a monument is? Statue of Liberty. That big statue of Jakey Jake that's over Brazil. The what's it called that thing? It's real tall. Washington Monument. Thank you.
It's a phallus.
And you got in St. Louis, you got the arch. And you got the arch. All these things have a meaning. There are architectural meaning in worship to their gods. Now you're going into masonry. A lot of Israelites are masons.
Yeah, they are.
That's why they.
Yeah, they are.
Say it
That's
again.
why they shave. Chief
Uh-oh.
Malak, my brother Locks.
Hey,
That's why they shave and bald their heads. They
That's why.
masons.
that's why.
That is so true.
That's why.
Come on.
They took an oath to Satan.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what you do when you turn Mason.
Change
Okay.
allegiance. They can't.
Uh-oh.
They went to the other side and they locked it. They got locked in over there. They got sealed in over there.
Yeah.
I know what's going on.
Yeah.
Tell sheep.
Which eat swine's flesh.
They eat swine's flesh. He talking about the Israelites, y'all. He's talking about the Israelites. They eat swine's flesh. Not something that got swine in it. Not something that got ingredients. They didn't have ingredients. They didn't have something
Processed food.
that they had to read to find out what it was.
Processed food.
They had the straight swords. They went to the piggy wiggy. The one animal you know. Look, all of Israel know. Right? I said 2 weeks ago that Israelites today are eating swine.
Yeah.
They ate it that day. Okay? Y'all better be careful. That's why Shama telling y'all, watch who y'all hook up with.
Oh, there you go.
Man, 4 years later, you'll catch something in the fridge that don't belong there. Man, I thought we was over this. I thought we was on this level here. Why you couldn't give up the Vienna sausages? You couldn't give up the Vienna, so those things stink. Cold cuts.
Hebrew national.
Hebrew national franks, frankfurters, kielbasa, German sauce, all the sausages, and all these things. Right, it's easy to flesh, man. The people don't get the blood out, y'all. There is no procedure for them to get the blood out. When you get it, it's blood in it, and then you don't get the blood out, you eat with the blood. God said don't eat with it, you still eat with it. What's up? When can we stop? You want to stop hearing about it? Give me a reason to stop teaching about it. Give me something else to correct you on. Okay? Because this has been a topic that's been going on before a lot of us was born. The blood in Israel. Israelites eating blood. We never had the shaving thing. This is a new thing.
Yeah.
We never had that.
This is new.
This is new. So we got neo-Israelites. Neo meaning new, modern.
Modern.
That's
That's
what you
the
say.
word.
When you read this book
2025.
and you speculate, put stuff in here, you make it modern. You want it close to what you see today.
We gotta
So
adapt.
you can be accepted by the
They say
people
that.
round about you,
They
not
say
by
that.
God.
They say that. We gotta adapt to the times. I hear teachers say that.
The teachers say they've been having meetings and discussing laws, and the young generation has new ideas of how we should go about serving God. Y'all bugging.
Not over here, I'm a bust
You
your
must be
head.
shooting dope.
No, they ain't shooting dope,
You
bro.
must be
They
doing
eating
something.
blood. They eating blood.
You're doing something.
That's what they doing. Blood, I have you thinking like
What's
that.
going on? New generation with new ideas of how we should do the book.
They ain't shooting up. No drugs in there.
That's why Abba said in the future ain't gonna be no Israelites.
Okay.
He said, because I don't see none now. The way the people are moving as a whole, all Israel, he was talking about us too. He said, all Israel is not moving the way God prescribed.
Wow. Yep.
And that's what snapped me out. I don't want to be in that. I don't want to be in that. I don't like being put in other people's categories because I'm doing the same thing they doing. No. I'm not a copycat. I'm not a follower.
Right.
Baba didn't make those. He didn't make kiss ups either.
Right.
Okay? That's why we only have energy to kiss up to our parents and God. We don't have the energy for nobody else.
Right. Stitch.
Time sheet.
And broth of abominable things. In
The
their
broth,
bellies.
the soup, the juices, the gravy, the sauce of abominable things is in their vessel. You got unclean vessels. Right now, you want to eat blood, you want to eat with the fat, you want to eat all that stuff, eat pot bar, you want to eat all that stuff. Your vessels is abominable. And what prayer going to be reached to God from you? Time sheet.
Which say, stand by thyself. Come not near to me, for I am holier than thou.
And these are the guys that say that they're holy and they think they're better than you that serve God. I'm talking about Israelites. God is only talking about Israelites. He's not talking about the heathens here. And this here is for us. This is what we do. We eat swine, sacrifice, light candles, do all these things, and then stand up and say, you know what I mean, open up you. No, you can't come near me. I'm holier than you. I'm better than you.
What?
That's the attitude and behavior of the Israelites that sin presumptuously today. It's what I see. Okay? Not what I'm understanding to see. This is what I see. This is what you're showing. He said, these are smoke in my nose. You know, a fire that burning all the day. You know what that is? He said, man, the smoke of their sacrifices is a smoke in his nose. It bothers him. It bothers God. The fire that he didn't command that's burning all day. He's burning into something else.
These are smoke in my nose, a fire that burning all day. Behold, it is written before me. I will not keep silence, but will recompense, even recompense into their bosom.
You got to get paid back, man. You're not going to get away with this. All right? I'm going to pay you into your bosom, meaning it's going to hit close.
Your iniquities. And the iniquities of your fathers together.
Oh, whoa. It got to a point where God said, look, your iniquities and your father's iniquities, I'm putting them all together. We're going to add them up.
Charges as one.
Okay? You're going to get charged as one. Because y'all all doing it. The father didn't change, had a son, the son didn't change.
That's right.
All one. He said, your iniquities and iniquities of your fathers together, saith the Lord, which have burnt incense upon the mountains. God always talking about these guys burning incense in the graves, burning incense in your house, burning incense on the mountains. We just read these things, right? God don't like it.
And blaspheme me upon the hills.
And they blaspheme God. When they did these acts, they blaspheme God. You know, you don't have to say nothing to blaspheme God. You blaspheme God when you go against the commandments.
Wow.
You blaspheme God when you think you know his name and try saying it. I'm going to say it again. You think you blaspheme God when you think you know in God's name. You think you know it and you're saying it. You really don't know what you're saying. Just told you, vowels were added to the Hebrew. So all these different, what are you really saying? You don't know what you're saying. And it was made that way because God ain't going to have everybody saying his name like that. And just you can't. If God is holy, his name is holy.
That's right.
And you can't do with his name what you do with other words or other names.
Stop playing.
They have to be separated.
Stop playing. That's right. Stop playing.
But you don't hear me though.
Therefore will I measure their former work in their bosom.
I will measure your past works into your bosom. It's mean that you have to stop. The stuff you did in 1939, you're going to pay for it now. Your former works.
Thus saith the Lord, as the new wine is found in the cluster, and one saith, destroy it not, for blessing is in it.
This is a metaphor. You go in the room and you see a bottle of wine. Oh, wow. You're going to say, don't get rid of that. Destroy it not. That's what it says. As new wine is found in the cluster, you got a new bottle here. So, oh, wait, don't destroy this. He said, for a blessing is in it. That's what they say. They said, don't destroy it, a blessing is in it. He said, that's a metaphor, because that's what they do now, right? He said, so will I do for my servant's sake that I may not destroy them all. So God gonna look around and say, oh, no, not him. You're not getting destroyed. Nope. You're gonna be that bottle of wine if you serve God. And when you look amongst Israel, he picked the best. Oh, no destroying this. No destroying that. That is called a metaphor, y'all.
Yeah.
All right. As the new wine is found in the cluster, and one say, destroy it not, for blessing is in it. So will I do for my servant's sake. That's what you call a metaphor. All right. Township.
That I may not destroy them all. And I will bring forth a seed of Jacob, a seed out of Jacob, and out of Judah, an inheritor of my mountains. And my elect shall inherit it, and my servants shall dwell there. And Sharon shall be a fold of flocks, and the valley of Achor, a place for the herds to lie down in. For my people that have sought me.
That ain't happened yet.
But ye are they that forsake the Lord.
But now we're getting back to the present. You guys that forsake God.
That forget my holy mountain.
That forget Sinai. You forget what went down in Sinai, my holy mountain. You forget the deal. You forget the covenant. You forget the introduction. You forgot that you're supposed to be scared of me. You forgot you was there and you were scared. You forgot the holy mountain. Tom Sheep.
That prepare a table. That
that
prepare a table for that truth.
Uh-huh.
And that furnished the drink offering unto that number.
You furnished the sacrifices to build. You prepared the table for the Midianites. You did all these things. The table for what? The table for food, partying, wine and drinking and linking up. You furnished the drink offering. We told y'all that L'chaim stuff, no good.
Exactly.
Okay, I'm gonna make a toast. Toasting is no good. It's not for us. It comes from drink offerings of other gods.
What do you mean to life?
The first toast was from heathens. And when they said to the gods, not to the gods, you know who that is.
Greeks and Romans.
That's Greeks and Romans.
That.
That's the first toast.
That's right.
Israel didn't toast. And they didn't do all, everybody in Israel didn't do drink offerings. The only one to do the offerings was the priest.
That's right.
Tom Sheep.
Therefore will I number you to the sword, and ye shall all bow down to the slaughter.
So there's a certain number that got to die by violence. There's a certain number going to die by gunshot. There's a certain number going to die by strangulation. There's a certain number going to die by beheading. There's a certain number going to die by burning. There's a certain number that's going to die by famine, by pestilence. God has a number of, it ain't 5, I know that. The number ain't 5 people in the whole world. Okay? It's a lot more. We don't know the number. God knows all the numbers. Okay? He said, and ye shall all bow down to the slaughter. You know what that means? When it's going down, you're going to start praying to me. You're going to start praying. You're going to bow down because of this slaughter, because of the earthquake, because of the tornado, because of the enemies God has risen up against you, because of disease that formed within inside you. You're going to bow down to him. You're going to give it up. You're going to get humbled. You're going to give it up. He's going to break you before you die. He will break you before you die. Tom Sheep.
Because when I called, you did not answer.
You ain't answering.
When I spake, you did not hear.
What happened? What happened? We got uptight with each other. Yo, man, I was calling you, man. You keep your phone in your hand all day. I was calling you. I texted you. I called you. I hit you on Facebook. I hit you on IG. Right?
That's right.
It frustrates you, right or wrong.
Okay.
Right or wrong.
Right?
Okay.
What do you think about God?
That's crazy. I feel so guilty, bro.
Well, a lot of things we get upset for. I get upset for too.
No, I feel guilty.
Okay?
You gotta wait till the
A lot of
problems
things we
come,
get
then
upset
you
with
wanna
each
start
other.
straightening up.
Yeah, that frustrates. This what you're doing is frustrating. You're not answering me. I'm calling you. Know I'm calling. You look at shit and you go, oh man, I ain't gonna go right now.
It's a shame, quick.
That's what we do with God, man.
Shame, bro. That's a fact. Teach, bro.
He said, when I called, you did not answer. When I spoke, you didn't listen. That's Israel, man. Let's talk about us, man.
That's me, man. That's
We know what the heathen is all about.
That's me, man.
Let's identify with what's going on
That's me,
inside of every individual in Israel, and let's correct it, man.
Get
Because
right.
everybody correcting, we'll get stronger with
Get
God.
right, man. The sword is on you. You're gonna get right now.
He said, when I spake, you did not hear, but did evil before mine eyes, and did choose that wherein I delighted not. You choose to do the things I don't get happy about. You choose to do everything you do. Anytime you get happy, I get upset. That's what God said. That's what I get from that. We ain't got to break it down. We ain't got to go to other languages. I'm going to break it down for you, street term. Every time we do happy, we do something to make us happy, 9 times out of 10, you got God type. Because we delight in the things that God hates. And we hate the things that God delights. Why are we backwards? And we know. People are asking questions. I don't know who God is. We know who God is, and we still acting like them. We want to follow them. We want to follow their methods. People are asking, what are we here for? We know what we're here for, but we still acting like we bumping in the head. Like, what's up, man?
See,
All those questions that people answer, I know it.
We do.
Yeah.
We know it.
Right. That's right.
We know it. God gave us all the answers.
That's right.
What we don't know, we got to stop worrying about.
Yeah.
Okay? Stop going in Genesis and putting stuff in Genesis and in creation that's not there. Leave it alone. There's certain things you're not going to know. We're not going to know how they took the blood and what did they do with the blood to atone for the people. They didn't drink it. They didn't eat it because it said don't eat it.
Yeah.
So we don't know because God seeing those certain things going to stay hidden because the wicked will do it and get away. I don't want Adam to come and eat this tree now. He got to go because if he eat this, he live forever being wicked.
got you.
You got to go.
Got you.
Got you.
Got you.
Therefore, thus saith the Lord God, behold, my servant shall eat, and you shall be hungry.
My servant's going to eat, but you going to be hungry. Yeah. And it's not just food he's talking about.
That's right.
Yeah,
Talking
right.
about knowledge.
Right.
To know how
That's
to
the
serve
metaphor.
God.
That's the metaphor.
How to
right.
serve God.
That's right.
Okay? He said, my servants, they're going to get that knowledge and they're going to eat the knowledge.
Yep.
He said, but you're going to stay hungry. He said, behold, my servants going to drink, but you're going to be thirsty. You're still going to be lacking. You're still going to be wanting. You're going to have too much sin on you. You're going to be dry. He said, behold, my servant going to rejoice, but you shall be ashamed. That's that everybody's end.
Again, is God
Okay.
talking about other nations?
He's talking about
Again.
us. He's talking about. He was talking to Israel,
He's
then,
not talking about other nations.
and now.
He's not talking about no other nations. He's talking about Israel.
Let's dig into us now.
Yeah.
He's talking about
Okay.
Israel.
He's talking about us.
The ones that's not going to eat, he's talking about Israel.
That's right. Some of y'all ain't gonna get it.
Wow.
Not
Teach.
all of Israelites is
Teach.
gonna make
That's
it.
why you get
Not
involved
all
in
is.
yourself.
That's why you don't vex yourself, man. Everybody ain't gonna make it, man. We only got enough energy to focus on you making it, you and your house making it, man. He said, behold,
Teach.
my servants shall sing with joy of heart. He said they're gonna sing because they're naturally happy with their God. They're not just naturally happy for nothing else, because God is in this. And they know, I behaved myself before God, and He showed me I'm accepted. That's
right.
Woo! Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God will show you if you accept it.
Yes, he will.
And when that happens, you got another spirit on you. Don't you?
But you shall cry for sorrow of heart, and shall howl for vexation of spirit. And you shall leave your name for a curse unto my chosen. For
You hear that?
Israel shall slay
Yeah.
you.
The sinners, and all those that turn on God from Israel, their name is going to be left to be a curse amongst the ones that made it. Don't be like that guy. Don't be like this guy. Your name is going to be the shameful thing to stay away from. Your name is going to be that curse. Nobody's going to name their child the name you got. They want nothing to do with you. Tell you.
Well, Israel shall slay thee and call his servants by another name.
Whoa.
Man, read that again.
Ooh, did y'all read that?
I missed that one. Read that again.
Verse 15, read it again.
And you shall leave your name for a curse unto my chosen, for Israel shall slay thee and call his servants by another name.
Your servants going to be called by another name. They're not, no. I got my chosen out of Jacob from that era. I got my chosen from these people and everybody else, right? My servants going to be called by another name. They're going to be called by another name.
That's deep.
It's going to be who we call outsiders, who we call the stranger. That's why you can't vex the stranger. You got somebody who's clean. He's all blue. He's all blue. His skin color is all blue. He come to serve the Lord.
Yeah.
You better not talk about blue people.
Yeah.
Don't talk about no blue people.
Yeah.
Don't discourage him.
Yeah. Racist bastards.
Right? Can't be racist.
Yeah,
Okay?
man.
It's racist.
Damn fools.
Israel is racist.
Yeah.
Very racist,
See a
man,
Spanish
for no
nigga,
reason.
See a Spanish person, you start hating. Oh, he ain't Israel. Shut up.
You're the last person that should be racist.
Your mother
man.
ain't Israel.
That should be amongst us, man.
Nigga, just shape up in Israel.
Shape up in Israel. That's right. That
The
lineup.
ain't Israel.
That lineup.
The lineup ain't Israel. Teach.
No,
being racist.
that he who blessed himself in the earth.
shall bless himself in the God of truth. And he that swear in the earth shall swear by the L of truth, because the former troubles are forgotten, because they are hid from mine eyes.
Oh, this is later on. The former troubles are forgotten, they hid from his eyes. This is what's going to happen to his servants and the elect in the latter, in the days to come. This is how they're going to be. Tom Sheep.
For behold, I create new heavens and a new earth.
Oh, wait a minute. God said, I create new heavens and a new earth. Okay? And the former shall not be remembered nor come to mind. Everything you see here will come to a stop at a certain time in man's history. Y'all know that, right?
Came.
The heavens gonna come crashing down. The earth gonna sink. God's gonna wipe everything. Existence gonna be wiped out.
God gonna create a new heaven,
A new heaven,
a new earth.
and this
This
new
is
heaven,
gonna be
new
destroyed.
earth. All
This
this
is
gonna
gonna
be
be
destroyed.
destroyed.
That's right, and renewed. And renewed.
Yep.
Okay.
I said it.
See.
I
And
said it.
when Adam ate, you did say it. And who was another? It wasn't even in here. You found another part, right? Read a little here, little.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Read a little here, little. Read. You'll get the connection. It'll start making sense. He said, but the heavens that you see today, this earth, not gonna be here forever. God's gonna get rid of it and make a new heaven. He said, the former shall not be remembered nor come to mind. Okay? But
Be
be
glad
uh-huh.
and rejoice forever in that which I create.
Be glad. No. But be glad now and rejoice in what is created. Still rejoice and live and serve God in this heaven, on this earth, under this heaven.
That's right.
Even though it's about to be destroyed and everything, you still got to play your play out before God.
Okay.
You still got, we know what's to happen in the future. We got time because we're alive. There's time for generations to get it. But this ain't happened yet. It's coming though.
That's
The
right.
world is breaking apart little by little. The sun is moving away. The moon is moving away. Stars are falling off. It's weird stuff going on. That's not usual. That's why. Tom sheet.
For behold, I create Jerusalem a rejoicing, and the people a joy. And I will rejoice in Jerusalem, a joy in my people. And the voice of weeping shall be no more heard in her, nor the voice of crying.
That ain't today. Right now, somebody's weeping in Jerusalem.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, any given time, somebody go drive a truck full of bombs right into the Jerusalem square where they shop at. You're gonna see a lot of sorrow and crying. It's right now over there. It's not happening. This is war to come.
Yeah.
Okay. From the time we messed up, Jerusalem ain't never been quiet.
Never. That's why it's still popping off.
Never been quiet. We left it like that. We left it in derision.
That's crazy.
When we had bright ideas, all of a sudden, to take idols and go up in the Holy of Holies and desecrate the temple.
That's crazy.
That was it. Top sheet.
That's crazy.
Verse 20.
There shall be no more thence an infant of days, nor an old man that had not filled his days. Thou shalt die 100 years old.
Yeah.
But the sinner, being 100 years old, shall be accursed.
Now, there shall no more thence an infant of days, nor an old man that hath not filled his days. You don't fill out your days. He said, for the child shall die 100 years old. But the sinner, being 100 years old, shall be cursed.
Right.
You see the difference? You see the difference? All right, I'm gonna break it down.
Just because you
A person could live for 10 years,
he bled, he 90s.
right? Serving God, and he died at 10. Good.
That's right.
This dude lived over. He lived longer, but he was a sinner. He gonna be cursed.
Right.
He lived longer.
That's right.
So
That's
long,
right.
how long you live doesn't
Doesn't
determine.
determine. Thank you.
You're right.
Thank you.
Oh, he's 100 years old. He's blessed.
No,
No.
he's piling
You
it
live
up.
100 years being a sinner.
He's piling it up. God has totally pushed him all the way to where he got a lot of time. He said, look, he's doing so much. God gave him a lot of time to get it right. You have no excuse. You reach 90 years old. You ain't changed yet. There is no excuse. Tell sheet.
and they that build houses and inhabit them, and they shall plant vineyards and eat the food of them. They shall not build and another inhabit.
They not gonna build and another inhabit. What God told us, He said, look, He said vineyards and olive trees. You ain't planting them. See, when you read that part, you're not supposed to feel. You're not supposed to stick out. You're supposed to be like, okay, God gave me all of this. He said, I'm bringing you to a fruitful land where, look, you ain't even got to dig the seed. Just throw the seed on the ground. It'll plant. It'll start sprouting. Wow. That's how fertile that land is. Wow. Okay? He said, so guess what? I blessed that land. And I blessed y'all. Y'all got to be on that land. I got to dispel these guys. Don't marry into them. Don't follow them. Don't. Look, not even as tributaries. Get rid of them.
The beginning was good.
Okay, it was good. He said, y'all moving into houses. There was the Canaanites' houses. It was the Canaanites' olive yards. It's the Canaanites' vineyards. He said, now when y'all get up in there, you're going to see groves. Destroy that. You're going to see my name. You shall not do so unto the Lord your God. You can't destroy it. Somebody write God's name, and they used God's name also.
That's great.
Right? Their idols, they put their idols, right, as an intermediary to the Most High.
Like Jake.
Just like Christianity.
Jake the Chris.
Tell me.
Jesus.
They shall not plant and another eat. Jesus. As the days of a tree.
No, they shall not build and another eat. That happened here. That's why I said don't go around thinking y'all blessed. Because in the slave days here in America, hey, I'm gonna give y'all a little history here. Y'all know it was black families that used to own Washington Square Park. Yeah, Central Park. Wow. It's a lot of stuff blacks own. But the rule was when you have children, they are slaves. Yeah. So when you die, it goes right back to the master. So that's still been going on from back then. Township.
And mine elect shall enjoy the work of their hands.
The one I had picked, the one I have chosen. And the reason why he has been chosen, because he has been accepted. The reason why he has been accepted is because he has accepted God. For God to accept you, you got to accept God first. You ain't going to pick him. You can't do it. You got to make the move first. Nothing happens until you make the move. Time sheet.
They shall not labor in vain, nor bring forth for trouble, for they are the seed of the blessed of the Lord.
That's why when you are the seed of the blessed of the Lord. When you are blessed of the Lord, you ain't gonna work and not get paid. You ain't gonna work for nothing. Everything you do, you're gonna get your just due. God will make sure that. Yeah. The deceiver, the shyster, the scammer, he gonna make sure that guy go that way. He ain't gonna come to you. God will prevent him from coming to you. God will prevent these people to come to you. Okay. Those things will not come to you. Okay. He will. That's for the rest of the people. You're covered because you're blessed. Okay. That's what happens when you're blessed. Okay. You're blessed. He said, anything you do, it will not bring forth for trouble. Okay. It won't bring trouble, and you won't make it. There's no trouble coming to you when you're blessed. Okay. Okay. And it shall come to pass that before they call, I will answer. He said, before they call, they don't even know. I already hit him with it. He's already good. Before he go to pray, that prayer was answered. I know what he was going to say. That prayer was answered. He said, before they call, I will answer. And whilst they are yet speaking, I will hear. While they're speaking, I'm paying attention. I'm going to listen to them. Right. He said, the wolf and the lamb shall feed together. Not now. Nah, that's the when have you ever seen a wolf not wanting to eat a lamb? When? Not even in Woody Woodpecker cartoons you gonna see that. When he look at that lamb, he got hair on him and everything, but he see him on a plate already cooked and the smoke coming up. Right? That's how he says. When he look, he said, "Oh wow, he's a good dish." Not gonna be like that. But sin and wickedness got to be eradicated first. Sin has got to go first. All sin got to go first. It got to get wiped out. The remake is going to go down. And this is what's going to happen. A wolf and a lamb will feed together. And the lion shall eat straw. I was just watching what you call that? National Geographic. The lions. Lion eats straw like a bullock. That's when you know the word of God come to pass. But they ain't eating straw today. Straw. Straw, they eat raw meat. Okay? Raw. That's all they eat from cub up. But the thing's going to change because now we don't have what Adam has set off in this new world, in this new heaven, in this new time. All of this is to come. Y'all don't believe this?
Right.
Y'all don't believe this? That one day a wolf and a lamb will sleep together? And the lion ain't going to eat them.
We're saying
Like in the
the child gonna play with a cockatrice.
Gonna play with a cockatrice, one of the deadliest snakes, and you ain't gonna get big. The cockatrice gonna like the child. Snakes gonna like you. Right now they don't like you because of the enmity between the children of Eve and the serpent. But they're gonna like you. You ain't gonna get big. There's no such thing as poison or thorns. All these things came about when it happened and went down in the Garden of Eden. The great transgression.
That's right.
You can read about it in Psalms 19.
That's right.
Time sheet.
And thus shall be the serpent's meat. They shall not hurt nor destroy in all thy holy mountains, saith the Lord.
Time sheet.
Thus saith the Lord, the heaven is my throne and the earth is my footstool.
Ah, how big is he? How big is he? Ah, the earth is his footstool. The other part, it said the clouds is the dust off my feet. So it goes along with this. He said the clouds, those things we look up there look like cotton. God said it's dust off his feet.
Wow.
So you sit down, you get barefoot, walk around your house a little for an hour. After that, sit down and wipe what's on your feet.
That's the clouds.
That's the clouds.
You see how big?
See how metaphoric?
You see how big they
But
are?
you see how big God is?
Yeah.
These clouds, and this is a big planet. These clouds is dust on God's feet.
Right.
I don't want to see his feet.
Yeah.
The foot.
His feet.
If the planet is his footstool, bruh,
The earth is where he does this.
bruh,
He does this to the earth.
bruh.
I'm just saying. He's letting you know, yo, I'm matter.
He said thunder, the thunder
Okay?
is God's
Voice.
voice.
It's God's voice.
The voice of God.
Okay?
Facts.
All right?
Facts.
Tell she.
Facts.
Where is the house that ye build unto me?
Where's the temple at?
And where is the place of my rest?
Where's the place of my rest? Now, God don't go there to sleep. He said, where I rest my name. Where is the place where my name is supposed to rest at? Where my name, where I get worshipped, okay? Where I get called upon. Time sheet.
All those things have my hand made, and all those things have been, saith the Lord. But to this man will I look, even to him that is poor.
Now, he said, for all those things have my hand made. Okay? He said, and all those things have been, saith the Lord. He said, but to this man, after all of this, I'm going to look to these are the type of men I'm going to look to. Time sheet.
But to this man will I look,
Mm-hmm.
even to him that is poor, and of a contrite spirit,
Not just poor.
and trembling at my word.
He got to be poor. He's poor. Now, why God always look at the poor first? Because the poor don't have pride. That's why. The poor don't have pride. Poor people, if you want people who don't have pride, look amongst the poor. Don't look amongst the rich. Don't look amongst the ones that got. Look amongst the ones that don't have. And then watch, you're going to see. Okay, no, you poor, but you still got a little pride. Oh, there we go. Poor and of a contrite spirit. A spirit that
Humbles.
that can be apologetic for its wrong. Do you understand that?
Acknowledges.
That I can acknowledge when I'm wrong. That's the contrite spirit. That contrite spirit, that means if I have a contrite spirit, that means I have a broken spirit.
Yeah.
You know what the broken spirit is? The spirit of pride that I've been living with.
Yeah.
I finally broke that spirit and got a contrite spirit.
Yeah. Okay.
So now that I got the contrite spirit, I tremble at God's word. So now that means you fear him. Tom Sheep. This is who God looking to. You gotta have these qualifications, Tom Sheep.
He that killeth an ox is as if he slew a man. He that sacrificed a lamb is as if he cut off a dog's neck.
Uh-oh.
He that
No,
offered.
wait a minute, wait. He said, there's certain things he's making. He said, yo, if you do this, you're done. Certain things that's done, you're done. He said, he that killeth an ox as if he slew a man. You didn't kill this ox. You didn't bring it up to be offered. You didn't kill this ox for its meat, for its skin. You just killed it.
That's right.
He said, that's the same as if you slew a man. Okay. He that sacrificed a lamb. You keep sacrificing, Israelites. He that sacrificed a lamb as if he cut off a dog's neck.
Better stop it.
That's the same. Now. You see how they sacrifice? They cut off the neck. That means the head come off. That is how you get rid of the blood of the animal.
Okay.
Read a little,
That day.
hair a little, there a little. That's how you get rid of
The
it.
same day.
That whole head. Same day. You cut that head off. We got a deer in here right now. You cut the head off in a couple hours. It's good to go.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So it's the same.
See.
So now we just read about a lot of things we ain't supposed to be doing. I hope one person out here take heed.
Okay.
But one person is like a million.
Okay.
Shalom Aleichem.
Oh, shalom.
He said, poor lamb.
Lamb lives matter, man.
Oh, man.
And Cuzzo said, roll on. He's gonna be one at the end, bro. Cuzzo